That's your own fault. Join us in the world where food actually tastes good. Make yourself some squash. Make yourself some squash. It's delicious. The best seasonal food. And all of Europe just, like, doesn't understand it. It's so sad. Such a loss. Like, I just went in and deleted 2 things, Kravicus, and you've already posted 3 more. Like, slow down. You make squash soup? I make squash soup. I make stuffed squash. They don't have enough space in their puny little itty-bitty countries to have fields big enough to dedicate to squash and pumpkins, Axon. So Europe doesn't really eat squash. Or pumpkins, for that matter. I mean, I can't even read that word. So if you could translate it and send it to me, as a Canadian, I would taste it. In 4porn? Got it. I'm glad that you posted it in 4porn. Yeah, I saw the squash soup. It looks delicious. Squash is a gourd. It is a gourd. I mean, acorn squash that I posted that picture of. And no, acorn squash is not a type of pumpkin. It is a gourd. So that's like saying that an apple is a type of tomato because they're both fruits. But it's like... And then if you want to get, like, sweet with it, you could, like, put brown sugar in it. Oh, good. That's the shit. Right there. I need to go buy, like, 4 more acorn squashes before they disappear. But yeah, no, quite literally, like, from what I can tell, the reason why Europe doesn't really eat a lot of squashes is because they just don't have the farm space to dedicate for them. Potato pie with crackling sauce. I don't know what crackling sauce is, but I know that I've had, like, a savory potato pie before. With, like, a lot of spices. Also, hi, Armor. We're talking about food that are regional, that people in parts of the world don't understand. But, I don't know. Just saying. Europe needs to experience the joy of, this. Also, I'm just realizing... What world was that? Anyway, we are passing the other world that I had here, which is the Enchanted Planets. I want to say that was one of my charity worlds. That's funny. That we are passing that. Huh. Anyway, year 334, the Absolute Realm, Longdeath, continues here. I mean, that would be like saying that a laxative is a roguelike because it gives you the runs. Ah! Anyway. Someone on YouTube is going to be like, what's the other half of that joke? I'm going to be like... We have 28 dwarves in the fortress. Yesterday we had... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 children. There's currently 3 babies in the fort, and our hope is that we get some more babies today. I could tell you right now that laxatives are cheaper than Taco Bell because the last time I needed laxatives, the bottle of them were $4. Taco Bell is more than $4 here in Canada. Like a meal at Taco Bell is like $8 at the very least. Anyway, so the dwarves that are currently alive in the fort are Pilot, Jackner, Quevenir, Nanochip, Vimamel, Arch, Diamond, Destruct, the Second, Massive, Axon, Zindros, Corvius, Swade, Ghost, Tiny Goliath, Seeker, Knowles, Blue Water, Defcom, Laggy, Do It, LaFonda, Lumpy, Jimmy, Tibby, Banana the Second, Peter the Second, Dragon, Bumblebed, Sideways, Krakenzig, Stone, and of course, Whitcode, down at the bottom, the Bard, who is no longer depressed and murdered somebody once and has a lot of permanent injuries. Plums? Prunes. So, like, dried plums, yes. Yeah, you are indeed alive, Lafonda. You are indeed alive. You're one of my tavern keepers, which means you got depressed for mysterious reasons that I couldn't quite figure out. You also have a lot of broken body parts, and you killed a forgotten beast once, Ozab the Hellish, in 318. You've been through quite a bit, Lafonda. Been through quite a bit. And you didn't feel anything when caught in the rain, but you were satisfied at work. You were frustrated after being unable to practice martial art for too long. Means maybe we gotta put you back in the military for a bit. Let you do something. But currently we have 3 vests that need to be made. And nobody has told the job to go through, so if my manager could get to that, that would be cool. But it seems like Massive, who is the manager, is not doing things. Where are you, Massive? Oh, you're also the captain of the guard. You're just putting all of your clothing away. That is a lot of clothing. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Could you do something like assigning some jobs while you're here, or no? No? Okay. Dwarf's just putting his pants away. Actually, what are you putting away? A hemp cloak. How many items do you own? 410, you greedy bastard. How old are you? 85 years old and you own 410 items? I don't think my king owned 410 items. How am I today? Still waking up. Still waking up, QWERTY. But doing all right. Battlinger? That's not new. Battlinger, his tile set has been around for like 9 years. And he does minor updates to it. But sounds like he did an update to it recently, I would guess. I haven't looked at the subreddit today. Yeah, Vedlinger's been around for ages. I personally don't like Vedlinger because it requires mods to make it work. Because it basically does what the Steam version does. But yeah, Vedlingers always look nice. Vedlinger's really nice for screenshots. I don't actually like playing the game with Vedlinger, just because it's one of those tile sets that I find to be too detailed. It's kind of the I can't tell the difference between a cat and a dog with that tile set problem. Dragon withdraws from society. But yeah, like, it's one of those issues where I can't tell the difference between small animals because they just, in Dwarf Fortress, they move super fast, and the difference between a lowercase d and a lowercase c is very easy for me to define. The difference between a tiny cat sprite and a tiny dog sprite is not so easy for me to immediately define. So I actually find tile sets like that more difficult, but yeah, the pixel art quality in Vedlinger's tile set is lovely. Also, we should be making clothes. So let's just do a round of clothing. Out of cloth, because it's been a while. Yes, this is completely vanilla. I'm not using DF Hack, I'm not using DF Therapist, I'm not using anything. I don't find them to be necessary. Like, they add tools to make figuring out information easier, but most of that information is possible to figure out within the game itself, and the stuff that isn't possible isn't really necessary. There is some helpful bug fixing stuff that lets you like nullify some minor bugs, but none of that stuff really bothers me much. I don't feel the need for it. The lowering of game stability to me is not worth the extra functionality. It's pigtail, yeah. We use pigtail for, like, everything. Most of the dwarves have some form of clothes making. Oh, also, another thing that I mentioned earlier. It is unconfirmed currently, but there is a chance Tarn Adams will be on my channel on the 18th, which is not Thursday tomorrow, but Thursday the week after. So if you would like to ask him something, you want to get in early, since you watched the stream, there's a question that there's a spot where you could submit a question. Text will be text is the biggest cause of crashes in Dwarf Fortress, or one of the biggest. It is there is a whole bunch of different possible screens and places in the game where if you have text will be text running and you open that up, there's a very good chance the game will crash. So if you're running text will be text and you are loading in and out of saves, it's very good. There's a very good chance that the game will crash. It's also very likely the game can crash when you go to this screen, run a raid, watch the raid, and then come back to the main screen. So just be wary that text will be text is one of the major causes of crashes in Dwarf Fortress. I do agree, though. It looks nice. 2 hours this evening to play some DF. Cool shit, man. Have you read any of the histories from Legends, or have you just, like, messed around with Fortress mode so far? Because reading a couple histories from Legends is always a lot of fun. Dwarves are making dresses, shirts, tunics, vests, cloaks, trousers, gloves, mittens, caps, hoods, and socks and shoes. Working through the UI? Gotcha. Yeah, once you start digging into Legends, that's when you really start to figure out why Dwarf Fortress is special, because then you'll get attached to your world. Oh, I love doing that. Although one thing that I would recommend doing is go into the saves folder in your install folder and rename them to things that are more memorable, because they just name them Region 1, Region 2, Region 3, Region 4 by default. So I usually give them slightly more memorable names, or I forget what they are after a bit. Even if it's like world with cool mountains in middle 4. World with cool volcano and weird necromancer story. You keep making new ones? I mean, if you keep making them, Tim the DF world. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna call this world Steve. But no, I mean, like, if you're making forts in the same worlds, you'll be running into the same dwarves, though. So, like, just playing multiple forts lasting really short periods of time in the same world can be a lot of fun. Especially if you go to world war with your stuff and then, like, steal stuff from your own old forts with a different faction. Always a good time. Go invade your own old forts when your old dwarves show up and try and kill you. Times. Planet Bob. I mean, you could indeed rename the folder Bob. We are Legion, we are Bob. All hail the Bobverse. Never read any of those books, but I've heard good things. So we do have this child who's running around and making us an artifact, which is Dragon, who hasn't gathered everything he needs until now. But what did you end up grabbing, child? Point-cut bone opals, stray bull bone, rough black zircons, unicorn leather, silver bars, fine pewter bars, square-cut bone opals, obsidian, gabbro, and obsidian. Well, it's going to be a magma-safe artifact at the very least. That part's cool. Your brain is not too small for DF. You just haven't put in the effort to try. But that's okay. You don't have to. We're not forcing you to. But don't insult your own intelligence by saying that you're not smart enough for this game, because you absolutely are. That you only need 2 skills to play Dwarf Fortress, and that is the ability to type and the ability to read. So if you can read and type, I can already prove to you that you can, even if you don't realize that you can. And the reason that I can prove to you that you can is you are in my Twitch chat. So if you're in my Twitch chat and you're capable of reading Twitch chat and typing in Twitch chat, you have every single skill necessary to play Dwarf Fortress. And that's fine, but don't insult your own intelligence. No, it's probably not laziness. It's probably more of just you want your game spoon-fed to you, and Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that, and that's okay. But just, like, I don't know. I don't like it when I see people just being like, my brain isn't big enough to play Dwarf Fortress. It's like, well, that's a fucking lie. Like, don't lie to yourself. Just It's okay. Just don't play the game. You don't need to make excuses or lie. If you don't want to play the game, don't play the game. The UI isn't obnoxious because Dwarf Fortress doesn't actually have UI. Dwarf Fortress has a list of hotkeys. And no, it's not obnoxious. It's obtuse, yes, but it's not obnoxious. Dragon the Dwarven Child has created Lesh Holograd, an Obsidian Toy Hammer, and claims it as a personal treasure. Did you just make a toy for yourself? Oh, you little kid, look at that. Worth 84,000 Zethal. This is an Obsidian Toy Hammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval obsidian cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of gabbro and menaces with spikes of obsidian, and bone opal and cow bone. On the item is an image of a cow in fine pewter. The cow is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a cow in Longdeath in the midwinter of 220. On the item is an image of a warhammer in silver. The artwork relates to the foundation, and then on the item is an image of dwarves in unicorn leather. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of the eternal adventure of time, of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of 2 shining suns in black zircon. On the item is an image of a square, brilliant cut gems in bone opal. That is an awesome little toy hammer. This kid is savage naturally. This kid has seen some shit. This kid's learned his history. You know, so to me, I think Dwarf Fortress is like, okay, so when I was 8 years old, approximately, I learned to play a little game called TIE Fighter. Okay, Star Wars TIE Fighter. It used every single key on the keyboard, and I had to print a thing off of the internet which had lists of all of the key bindings because they weren't even listed in the game. Some of them were, and some of them were rebindable, but most of them weren't, and most of them were not listed in game. So I had to download a list of all of the hotkeys with an overlay to like put next to my keyboard as a little kid to be able to play that game, right? I printed it off at a friend's house and brought it over to my house so I could play the little Star Wars Pew Pew game. I never finished that first level, right? Maybe like 4 or 5 years later, I reinstalled it and eventually like managed to beat most of that game, but there was large portions of that game that I never finished. After reinstalling it years later, I realized that there was the ability to shift power from your engines to your guns. Dwarf Fortress is not obnoxious with its UI. It's definitely obtuse, but saying it's obnoxious is just kind of fucking rude. Really? Like, yeah, it's obtuse, and if you don't want to learn it, that's fine. Don't. Not saying you need to. But don't insult your own intelligence by saying that your brain isn't big enough for this game, because I'm not a smart person. Okay? I'm not. I can play this game. If you don't want to play obtuse game, don't belittle people who do, and don't belittle yourself for not. Just, you want to wait, wait. That's fine. Nobody's pressuring you either way. Just don't be rude. Y'all are being rude. Child made cool thing, and we are going to put it on display in tavern. We are going to put it on display in the tavern. There it is. Been trying to play air traffic controller in the terminal? I don't even know what that means. Play a lot of MUDs as a kid. Any favorites? I wonder if we ended up in the same ones. Probably not. And I probably would have been years later. Dungeon Realms. I've heard talk of that one. Never played it. Dungeon Realms and we have time. Wheel of Time. I know that the Discworld muds were very popular for a very long time. No, it doesn't have UI. UI is a GUI interface, right? GUI user interface that you can click on and interact with. Most of what Dwarf Fortress has isn't UI. This isn't UI. It's not interactable. This is a list of hotkeys. It's not UI. It's not a fully implemented user interface. So, no. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have UI. It has a list of hotkeys. Tried playing DF when you were a lot younger and the point just lost interest? Then why are you still here? Like, I have this genuine question for you, NanoBlit. Like, I feel like we have this conversation once every 6 months. I feel like I've had this conversation with you before. You're obviously interested in learning this game. Put an hour in over the weekend every week for 6 weeks and learn the game. Or stop talking about not being smart enough to learn the game because I'm tired of seeing you insult yourself. If you don't want to learn to play the game, don't fucking play it. It's fine. Just watch, hang out, talk about it. You don't have to play the damn game. God. What part of this is so complicated? Anyway, what time of year is it? It's savings, so season's just rolled over. Hi, Rari. How are you? It's like, just, if you don't want to learn, don't. And that's the gist that I get from most people, is most people just have no interest in learning this game, but want to talk about how they have no interest in learning the game all the time. It's like... Not by definitions of GUI interface, Don Caribou. But hi, how are you? Like 7 years ago back in high school and you were kind of lost, but trying to get back into it again recently, watching a lot of tutorials, so you're getting better? Hell yeah. Ready? Then don't. You're fine, Totoro. I don't know. I'm tired of having the conversation back and forth with people about Dwarf Fortress like this, because it's like, I have this is like the one conversation that genuinely is just like, I don't see the point of just continuing to have the same conversation again and again. It's like, if you want to learn the game, learn the game. If you don't want to, shut up. And I'm just kind of like done with the conversation at this point when it comes to the subject. Wait for the Steam version. It's fine. I can help you when we get there. No, if you were good at annoying me, you'd be banned. You know. You're just good at baffling me and perplexing me. You're also really good at insulting yourself by stating that you're not smart enough to play an incredibly simple game. Which Dwarf Fortress is once you know how to play it. You know you can completely enable mouse support for Dwarf Fortress, right? It takes like 10 seconds in the init files. You know you can do that, right? You don't want mouse support in Dwarf Fortress in its current state, but you can absolutely do that. Sycon, what's up? It's good to see you. Investments are open, chat. Heads up. Not everything they've said is valid. But that's just my opinion. I mean, also this screen has support. But like certain functionality doesn't work. I mean, another thing that like might blow some people's minds is if you go to the designations screen. Let's go to a blank layer. All of this works too. So like if I hit click D for mine, but it only works down to the original game's resolution. So if you're playing in the default resolution, it works there. But what you have to do is you have to allow it to fit the whole resolution if you're using a bigger resolution. I wouldn't recommend using it. It's unless you modify it to be a little bit more useful, it's not functional. It is early winter. Stone. Early winter. We just finished fall. I thought that we were entering into summer, but no. Winter. Hopefully it's still inside of your noggin because it requires it, like, in order to function properly, it needs to still be in there. Hey, Ultimate. Ultimate, your dwarf's still alive, if you were wondering. You're currently making cloth hoods. And about it. You have a couple friends. I just use keyboard. It's faster. Already. If they, or once the Steam version is click and drag, then I might use the mouse for some things, but because it doesn't have click and drag, I don't see the point. Keyboard's faster. No, not at all. Don Caribou. I wouldn't recommend using mouse support for anything in current DF. It's more of like a weird, huh, that works? Anyway, like another screen that it doesn't work in is this one. But then again, I find the mouse to be slow and clumsy with everything to do with DF, so. Some people really hate the mouse. I don't hate the mouse. I just think it works better for certain things than other things. Doesn't work for anything in Dwarf Fortress. Because the game is entirely grid-based, my movements will always be faster on a keyboard. I mean, yes, of course I play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. You too. There you go. I made the joke. You happy? I spent $20 on that plushie. $20 on a joke, chat. $20 on a joke. Because chat made that joke, and we thought it was so funny that we bought this plushie rat on Amazon. $20 well spent. I mean, it was it's $20 tax deduction. Nah, how about? I haven't spilled coffee on it yet, so it's doing well. It's not a bad little plush, actually. It's not a bad little plush. It's not a bad little plush. But no, I guess like when at the end of the day, I don't like seeing people insult themselves, and I don't like seeing people insult something that they haven't put the time into using. It's kind of like saying that everybody should ride a tricycle because bicycles have a risk of tipping over. It's like, well, yeah, but you can get a lot more done on a bicycle than you can on a tricycle. And the person who I think is most at fault for the statement of Dwarf Fortress's UI is terrible is the Dwarf Fortress community and Tarn Adams. Because whenever Tarn talks about his game, he always mentions that the UI is terrible. Always. Almost without a doubt. There's always some mention of the UI because the UI is terrible. Or I like, you know, we haven't done it because the UI sucks or because the UI is terrible. And it's like, I don't genuinely agree with that. Like, yes, it's obtuse and clunky. I've played games with terrible UI. Dwarf Fortress's user experience, once you put the time into learning it, it's incredibly smooth, fast, and easy. Right? Yes, it takes time to learn, but once you learn it...
My chicken's doing a thing again.
It's great. Your chicken's doing a thing again? Hey, cuties.
Not anymore.
And I think that what happens when people say things like, the UI is obnoxious, the UI is terrible, the UI is bad, I hear Tarn echoing that, and I hate that. So that's my actual reasoning for trying to shut people down who throw out that Dwarf Fortress has terrible UI, because I see the creator echoing that. And I really, really, yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like I have defense mechanisms of my work because I'm used to getting similar complaints from people with similar opinions to other people who dislike my work, right? Like, I'm used to people having certain criticisms for my work, so I already have, like, pre-programmed defense mechanisms built into certain arguments that I have. Look up Aurora 4X, absolutely. Or fucking SS13 also has terrible UI. But, like, would an in-game tutorial help? Like, no, not really, because there's an excellent tutorial on the wiki. But, you know, it's getting that for the Steam version, so yes, eventually. So when I hear people saying that, all it does is I know that it's going to echo back to the creator, and he's going to see it again. He's going to get an email about it. He's going to get, like, there are certain questions that I know that Tarn doesn't want to answer because I can tell that he gets them a lot, right? And there are certain, like, just the fact that Zach is pretty quiet and doesn't talk to the outside world much. It's like, when you've been doing what they've been doing for as long as they've been doing it, if the most common feedback you hear about your UI is that it's terrible, that's gotta suck. You know what I mean? It's really got to suck. So, I don't know. Have some respect if you like the game. He does all of the writing and a lot of the design work. All of the words are written by Zach. He also does a lot of the playtesting. Exactly. It's just, I don't know. Just be patient. Steam version will come out eventually. And just realize that this game's a labor of love. And you can be critical of a labor of love. That's fine. But if you're just going to insult the thing and insult yourself, don't even bother. You're just going to indirectly end up hurting people in the long run. I will read that wall of text in a second. I'm just figuring something out. Alright, so things are calming down, meaning we can force the dwarves back upstairs. Lumpy's having a panic attack. Nothing out of usuals. Child is done with the artifacts. Are we good to go back into the tavern? Yes, we are. Plenty of drink. Excellent. UI is a major hindrance. It's a rough one in terms of user experience, learning to play the game, and it's a little rough on accessibility when you know you are going to have to redo all of it. He has talked about it a few times. Now adding anything new is more of an interface to learn, yada, yada, yada. Hotkeys, less predictability, yada, yada. I can see why you would bring that up. anytime you talk about doing something. Sure, but what's your point? From there you started looking up, can you do X in DF? Yeah, that's actually a really good way to find stuff in Dwarf Fortress. So we're currently at a population of 28. Yesterday we were down to 22 at one point. So yes, we have made some babies. We have made 6 babies in the last 2 streams. So 1 baby the stream before and 5 yesterday. So fingers crossed we can get 1 or 2 more today. My goal is to get up to 35 citizens in the fort, which is where we need to be at. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, Tarn isn't a UI designer, right? And when you're working on a passion project like Dwarf Fortress, I think that, see how from a dev perspective, it's way more of a problem than from a user perspective? Oh, I mean, absolutely. But I think that there is a very, or not very small, but there is a small audience of people who play Dwarf Fortress a lot, right? If we're mean to the creator about the thing that they've made, not going to speed them up. You eventually have a large library of terms. You are local to your project. Once you've defined all of the terms, it is easier to rebuild a UI, but when you rebuild a UI, then the more terms you add to your library, the redesign may take as much work as the implementation. If anybody here plays Odd Realm, the developer of Odd Realm issued a beta patch at the beginning of October. It's been a month and 10 days, and he's issued like 9 or 10 updates, literally just fixing UI elements. How long has it been going on for? About 5 years? Maybe 6 in game? 6 or 7? Yeah. They've just been partying and drinking and trading. Like, it's just been like relaxation for the dwarves. But you need to do that because we've weeded out a lot of the tantruming dwarves and fixed a couple as well. So we've fixed a lot of stress problems, and we brought in a bunch of merchants to hopefully make babies, and so yeah, things have been going well. No, absolutely, but like that's why I say it's like, let's not call, like, the UI needs work. And if somebody tells me that the UI needs work, I will absolutely agree with you that, yeah, it needs work. And it's getting that work. But also, remember that, yes, while the UI needs work, the UI that we have, or the user interfaces, or the lack thereof, with the list of hotkeys that we have right now, is the baseline for the better UI that we are getting. So just, instead of stating that the UI is bad, because it's not, just be happy that we're getting that rework, because I'm happy too, right? Just be happy. Because, frankly, every time I've spoke with Tarn, he just seems so fucking bored of all of the UI work. Because, like, to quote what he said 2 streams ago, or 2 times ago when I talked to him, so like I guess it would have been like the beginning of 2021, he said that he's looking forward to getting back. I don't think it's killing him, but he did definitely say that he is very much looking forward to getting back to working on myths and magic and villains, so that he can stop, you know, aligning another search bar on a UI pixel by pixel. And I can relate to that. So, just, we're not getting the UI because he wants to make a UI. We're getting a UI because he needs to make a UI to be able to sell the game. And, like, let's just enjoy that we're getting that. Making things that align is quite annoying. I can believe it. You just hope you're not old. I mean, I would say it's almost a guarantee at this point it'll be out next year, Ultimate. So, unless like we get Forest Fired out again, which, believe it or not, delayed development by 2 months already once. Like, their original planned release date was November 2021, or November 2020 was their original planned release date when they released the The trailer was 2020. Then the pandemic happened. And then the forest fires happened. And then the forest fires happened again. And then Tarn got evicted. So it's like, it's not exactly been easy times, you know? No, it's certainly not UI you could put your dick on. Definitely not. Steam version's UI, on the other hand. I don't know about that. It was literally a you have... Oh, okay, so there is a difference between getting evicted and getting informed that you have to move out. There is a difference between that. And he got the latter, which is you have to move out. Like, evicted is you're misbehaving, so you have to leave. Or you're not paying rent, so you have to leave. That's getting evicted, right? Being told that you have to move out is we're demolishing your building next month. So you have until next month. That's when your lease is up, right? Yes? Yes. That's when you have to move out. That's what happened to Tarn, was, yo, we're knocking your building down to build a new building. Quite literally. So, yeah. In the summer this year, he moved in July. Because his building's probably a pile of rubble now. I mean, they're not technically criminal, but yeah, if you get evicted from one place, it's really hard to rent somewhere else. Yushrir, the merchant, has given birth to a girl. We got one! Anybody want to be the brand new baby girl in Longdeath? For the year 334? Named Yushrir? Or Yushrir's mum. Or Yushrir is the mum, and then English is the child. Or even baby. Don Caribou wants it? Don't. You haven't had a dwarf before, have you? Don Caribou. She is the daughter of Yushrir Washtowns and Doran Tremelcrafts, and she is a worshipper of English to the Embrace Roses and a worshipper of Ashen. I mean, what kind of name is Rory? You want one little sound? We'll try and get you in the next one. Keep that in mind. She has very low cheekbones and her ears are extremely narrow. Her cobalt eyes have large irises and her very short hair is neatly combed. Her eyebrows are short and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. Thanks for the penny. Hello, son. I'll take that penny as a reminder. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she likes to present herself modestly. And she likes to present herself boldly. Or, however, you could also just be the mom of this dwarf, whatever you prefer. Also, her first words are daga. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. Which means she's probably going to run around naked for a while as a child. She often feels envious of others and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. She tends to think before acting, and she values artwork and its creation, and she is slow to trust others. Speaking of, I need to ask Tard what they're going to do about naked dwarves. The bits? It's a USD penny. So it's actually like 1.19 penny in Canada. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is slow to trust others and occasionally overindulges and finds obligations confining. She is conflicted by this since she isn't particularly ambitious, and she is curious and eager to learn. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Welcome to the fort, Don Caribou. Well, all dwarves are alcoholic. These aren't... So alcoholism in dwarves isn't a problem, right? It's like humans, if you live inside too much, you got to take some vitamin D to not die, right? Dwarves, they need their alcohol. They need vitamin V in the alcohol, whatever that means. I don't even know why I said that. But they need their vitamins from their alcohol, right? They need that alcohol content to live. So it's like... It's like being, well, cows can eat grass, so why don't we eat grass? Well, it's because cows have 3 stomachs. I actually think that's accurate. Pretty sure cows have. Someone quote fact check that for me. I'm pretty sure cows have 3 stomachs. Anyway, well, it's because cows have better stomachs than we do, right? So dwarves, they need that blood alcohol content to think straight. So, just like these aren't alcoholic children. They just need their vitamins. Four stomachs. Okay, see, I was almost right. I was almost right. 1 stomach, but 4 compartments. 4 stomachs. Make it simple. Speaking of cows, I saw a video of a bunch of cows licking a cat the other day, and the cat was just, like, way too into it. It's a pretty good video. You would suggest that people need some amount of alcohol, too? I mean, a little bit of alcohol is good for your heart. A lot of alcohol is, not good for your heart. But since I'm letting you guys into this early, as I mentioned a couple of times so far this stream, I will be having Tarn Adams on my stream again, potentially on the 18th. I haven't actually locked the date in with him yet though, but I did talk with him last night, and that's the day we're thinking. So if you want to ask the Toad a question, there's a form where you could submit it. Please be polite. Some people have been like real rude, and I just look at that and I'm like, come on. I just delete them immediately. So. The internet, Nano. The internet. You maintain that the Dwarven race was created as a power fantasy for outlet for alcoholics? I mean, maybe. Be honest with you, I never looked into it. I just went through and cleared all of my Discord notifications, all like 12,000 of them, and now it's telling me that I have 1 notification again, and it's bothering me. I mean, the fantasy setting, the fantasy species of dwarves isn't so strange. As someone who has been a borderline alcoholic for a number of years and has more or less, outside of social gatherings with friends, abstained from alcohol this past year and a half. No. Not every alcoholic's dream. Actually, I have a song about this subject. Dwarves can indeed die of alcohol poisoning. They just need a lot of alcohol. Actually, although it's more likely that they will drown from alcohol poisoning. Like, it's more like, if a dwarf dies from alcohol poisoning in Dwarf Fortress, it's more likely because they were lying on the ground trying to sleep while someone poured alcohol in their face and they drowned. Do I ever dream about DF? I don't really dream. Or rather, I probably do, but I don't remember my dreams. But that's kind of an intentional thing. This is a local band. The song's called Home for Arrest. It's about alcoholism. And vacations. So I would say that not every alcoholic wants drinking nonstop without, consequence. Dwarf blood with alcohol? You could probably do that in the raws. They would probably just die. Like almost immediately would be my guess. Yeah, if we drink too much water, we drown. How much alcohol do dwarves actually drink? They have a drink, what is it, every 6 weeks? I think. Like, they don't actually drink that often in-game time. It's like twice a season or something. Same with food. Like, they don't actually eat that much. Like, one of the biggest problems with Dwarf Fortress frequently is, like, people overproducing food. Like, yeah, they give, like, if you actually, like, pay attention to the amount of that they drink over a season, yeah, it's actually not that much. Like, you want to see how much farm feeds this entire fort? And this is like 50 dwarves, keep in mind. This, basically. And then I have a small strawberry patch. And then it's just automatically harvested areas. You know what? Let's just listen to this zone. Average of 5 times per season? Maybe I'm confusing drinking with eating. But even 5 times per season, like, I drink more than 5 times per season. Doesn't work well on Mac OS. There's a Mac OS launcher that makes it run natively on Mac. Which I've never used because I don't use Mac, but I've been told by people who use Mac that it is quite simple to set up and use. You smoke daily? I vape almost daily these days. I need to cut back. Tried some pre-built packages without luck. Yeah, I wouldn't be the person to ask. Just because, like, I know literally nothing about how that works, because I'm a Windows junkie. A little bit of Linux here and there, but generally a Windows guy. Although I am of the opinion that there are no good OSs. All OSs suck, but for completely different reasons, unrelated to each other. That is a sad dwarf, but you have a child in the fort named Jimmy Tibby, so thus I can't put you out of the fort until your kid grows up. It's easy to not drink, or it's easier to not smoke than it is to not drink, because smoking is considered to be bad for you and publicly advertised to be bad for you, while they never quite made it that bad in advertising for drinking. So drinking is still kind of held up as like the sexy thing to do, whereas smoking kind of got pushed back a little bit. Kind of changed a bit with vapes, but you know. Yeah, I have no idea how any of that stuff works in regards to the lazy Mac pack. I mean, that's not what Valve wants you to think. They want you to think that Steam OS TM is the best OS for games. Speaking of Steam OS, did any of you guys see any of those tweets about the the Steam Deck, which I think looks like cool tech, regardless of what you think of it and whether or not you're getting one? Yeah, Steam OS is still a thing. Absolutely, that's what the Steam Deck's gonna run on. They were stating that you could just install whatever OS on it you want, and they're just like, yeah, and like you could absolutely install another store or launcher. And then Epic Games was like, we like this system. Look at this open development platform. It's just very funny to like see that news post and then immediately see another news post saying Epic Games supports the Steam Deck. It's like just very funny. You can ditch Windows one day. I mean, that's like saying hopefully thanks to human intelligence, we can ditch Facebook one day. Even if Facebook goes away, Instagram will live on, and so will WhatsApp and all of the other services that they own. So I don't think we'll ever ditch Windows. Just like I think that Mac OS will, like, it might not be called Windows forever, but I don't think we'll ever ditch Windows. Not at this point. Certainly not in my lifetime. Well, that's good. Well, that's great for you. But that's not, like, you know, what the wider user base has done. Isn't Facebook part of the current meta? I want to know how the clothing brand Meta feels. Meta Threads? Yeah, that's the name of it. Meta Threads. I wonder how these guys feel about fucking Zuck stealing their name. This is a shut up. This is a clothing brand that offered me a sponsorship once. They do stuff with Deadmau5. And they're always at like PAX and TwitchCon. Is that a fucking $1,000 keyboard? Excuse me? All right, then. Anyway, so yeah, Meta, I wonder how they feel about Facebook fucking stealing their name. Because, like, you know, they exist. I think it's probably custom keycaps. Custom keycaps get expensive fast. If anybody actually wants the Meta Threads link, and you can go look at that keyboard, here you go. I think it's really funny because, like, Meta's been around for like as long as I've been streaming, Meta has been around. And I just think that that's hilarious that all of a sudden now it's like, well, Facebook is now Meta. So what happened to Meta? Because that's what I think of when I think of Meta. I think of Meta Threads, the clothing brand. The clothing and lifestyle brand. I don't know. It's not like metaverse is a unique idea. I'm just kind of not shocked about the whole Facebook transition. I just want to know why Facebook still exists. It's like Facebook exists to just ban boomers, and that's about it. That's language I don't normally use, but it's like Facebook exists to piss people off and then get them banned from their own platform so that they then, like, revolt against the platform. That's literally all that Facebook does these days. Yeah, but that's still all it does in those countries too. I mean, people in the US use it. That's a new one. Dwarf stopped responding to the world. I guess that you're just gonna wander around and die now. Which is fine, although Jimmy Tibby's not gonna have a mother soon. That's the problem of being a merchant in a fort, because you can't do all of the jobs. Some of them just want to do certain jobs that they'll never be allowed to do. I don't even know what you're talking about, Kikapana. What? Also, because I have annoying eye problems, it's really hard for me to differentiate nanobuilds and Keke's names. You guys look identical to me, so if I read something that one of you says as the other person, I apologize in advance before I do it, because it's going to happen eventually. Twitter has, like, a microscopic user base compared to Facebook. That's like saying most people use LinkedIn. I mean, sure, if you're in the right communities, but spring has arrived. Heads up, Stone. We're going to be getting shipment in a minute. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Facebook exists because Facebook isn't just Facebook. Facebook is also Instagram, right? Facebook is also... Facebook is Instagram. Facebook is WhatsApp. Facebook is all of the other services that it uses. Also, yes, it's still profitable. Also, hi, Aqua. How's things? They should just use Scala to do good things instead of trying to create evil Roblox. Did you just, like, compare Facebook to Roblox? Is that what you just did? Because if you're implying that they're trying to make evil Roblox and also okay, well, here's my counter statement. Roblox is already evil. Roblox had the most popular minigame, or one of the most popular games in Roblox last year was literally role-playing the bombings in France from a couple of years ago. Quite literally, it was called Cops versus Terrorists, and it took place in Paris, and you had to blow up certain areas. So just, Roblox is already evil, is all I'm trying to say. The metaverse isn't evil Roblox. Roblox is evil Roblox, okay? That's all I'm trying to, like, state here, is that Roblox is evil Roblox. We don't need someone to make evil Roblox. We already have that, and that's Roblox. Yes, that too. Roblox is exploiting children. Did you also watch that People Make Games video? About how Roblox is exploiting an entire generation of... here, I'll link the video. People Make Games is wonderful, so... Although I personally preferred the investigation they did about the internet's most expensive brothel. That was probably my favorite thing that they put together recently. But yeah, People Make Games is a wonderful YouTube channel. I recommend everything that they do. I give them $1 a month on Patreon. That's how much, I like them. I mean, they tried to do that in Second Life, and look how that went. Aqua. Nice use of funds there. People... Okay, so I don't think that, like, CIG, like, Star Citizen... I don't think that... Or Imperium Software, or whatever the fuck their other studio is called. I don't think that their business model is great, and I don't like their way of funding, and I don't like a lot of things that they do. But the one thing that I kind of do respect from Star Citizen is that they are very open about everything that they're doing with the money. Like, if you're actually in their weird ecosystem of updates, they're actually pretty transparent for what they're actually doing. So, I don't know. Like, I have a weird amount of respect for that project, even though I don't particularly like it, and I'm not particularly fond of it. Spring of 335, and we get a new chest and an anvil. It's like Star Citizen is Dwarf Fortress, but with 1,000 employees and a lot of whales. Which is kind of why I respect it, because it literally is one crazy man's passion project gone too far, but he's got a lot of money and employees. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is two people's crazy dream gone too far, but they just kept it really low budget. And so they just perpetually existed. You know what I mean? So it's like, they're kind of the same, but also completely different, if that makes any sense. Serve strawberry wine. Well, I'm glad that that's still a thing. Yeah, I agree, Armor. I agree. No interest in playing it, but... It's still freaking terrible for people who really want that game. The people who I know who really want that game play it every day, right? That's the thing. Like, I have some friends who are streamers who stream it, and I know a few people who play it. And the people who really want Star Citizen just play Star Citizen. They play whatever version is available. Previously, it was like just a PvP combat thing in space, and then they had the PvP combat thing in space and the on foot and combat thing for a bit. And now they have like the big open world with some very simple quests. Like, there are people playing Star Citizen. I still genuinely, in the back of my mind, believe that it is a terrible money sink. It's not a scam because they're actually paying people, but like, it is a terrible money sink that will cost you a lot of money. But, like, probably watches my friend's stream, Digital Dan. But like, and there's definitely better things you could be spending your money on. And they probably shouldn't be selling ships that they haven't even started developing yet. Because that's kind of just shitty and shady and weird. But, like, I don't know. Like, I guess I kind of... The people who want that game are playing that game. The people who really want to play that game are playing that game. So, I don't know if that's really, you know, super relevant, but it was worth mentioning. The elves have arrived to trade because it is spring. You came in and out. You don't know what Star Citizen is? Star Citizen was a project that was kickstarted in 2013, I think? 2012? Fuck, I actually can't remember what year it was kickstarted. Someone correct me on that. But it was kickstarted almost a decade ago, and was supposed to be released ages ago, and they got into feature creep and are still actively crowdfunding it and developing it, and it's basically like a science fiction life simulator. That's kind of what it is. And theoretically, it's a game that I would like, but I probably wouldn't be able to play it because of how much the head bobbles. You know what I think is hilarious is a stream that I was watching a couple of weeks ago now. The streamer had the realization that his son is 5 years younger than Star Citizen. He's just like talking about this game, talking about Star Citizen. This kid's like, Dad, that game looks dumb. Let's play Mario. And he's just like, son, I've been waiting for this game since before you were born. Oh my God, I've been waiting for this game since before you were born. Which is very funny. I mean, like, you're the one who got. Just remember, Kickstarter is not a pre-order. Kickstarter is a donation to an idea that you probably will never hear from again. And if you do and you get a good game out of it, then yay. So, if you're still bitter about that, I recommend that you buy Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy and play that until you get over it. No, because Kickstarters are not an investment. Fig is an investment. Republic is an investment. Kickstarter is a donation. Because an investment is something where you could potentially get returns. Fig and Republic will both pay you returns, hypothetically, if the thing makes money. You'd rather play Mighty Number 9 than getting over it? Play Mighty Number 9 then. Also, thanks for reminding me that Mighty Number 9 existed. I forgot about that. Like, it's all coming back to me now. Oh my god. Holy shit, Mighty Number 9. They brought a wolf, a wren, a horse, and a dingo, and a cardinal. And a donkey. It's quite a big shipment from the elves. And all these pecans and plums. We're going to have pecan and almond roast. And how bird head stabilization works to make the game be less terrible in first person. My favorite feature creep post about Star Citizen was when when 4 programmers spent 8 months designing the physics for whiskey glasses. Like, because if you pick up a glass of whiskey in Star Citizen, you can like jiggle your hand around and you can shake the ice cubes around inside of the glass of whiskey. And it is an incredibly accurate simulation of ice cubes in whiskey glasses. Did it cave in on you yet and kill you, Mark? Just remember that that lyric has nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress. Why didn't they just do a shader? You tell me. Also, there was a post about Star Citizen relatively recently where they came to the conclusion that they're going to need to get another engine because the engine that they're using right now will not support technology that they want to implement in the future. So at some point in the future, they're going to have to swap from this weird modified lumberyard engine thing that's Amazon's engine to something else, which is incredible. Like, they're going to have to do another engine swap. But I don't know. I don't know. Are you just asking literally every person who's learning Dwarf Fortress that, Digital Dan? Yeah, they started on CryEngine and then they moved to Lumberyard. Yeah, and then Lumberyard is a licensed version of CryEngine, which was modified heavily. Which I'm not. They renamed it. It's not Lumberyard anymore. It's now just like Amazon Engine or something. The engine that was Lumberyard is Open3D now, which is owned by the Linux Foundation? Weird. Okay. And hold and feel different items. You seem like a child that grew up. You Digital Dan. You seem like a person that when you were a child, you grew up dreaming and imagining that the Nintendo Power Glove was actually a good product that people wanted, which is why you envision that. Because it wasn't. And the Super Scope. Well, see, I mean, I think we have your your problem there. I think we figured out why you always thought that Amazon would do that. Nintendo Power Glove, Aqua. It's horrible. Never get into the Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy. The one time I used a Virtual Boy, I got a headache almost immediately and just like stepped back. Like I looked at it, didn't move any characters, and just went nah. For which system is it? What system do you think it's for? You spoiled it. God damn it. I'm just disappointed the Power Glove couldn't connect to your N64 so you could throw Pokeballs with it. I mean, you could throw Pokeballs with your phone right now. Just don't throw your phone. One too old for you? Probably. We'll see you when we see you, little son. Thanks for hanging out briefly. Thanks for the penny. But yeah, no, the Power Glove was trash. Same with, like, that other glove that was kickstarted a while ago that was designed to play League of Legends with. Also trash. Also, if you go to Amazon and just type in gaming gloves, you get a lot of really weird things. I was curious what would happen if I went to Google and typed in gaming gloves. It's mostly like orthopedic, like compression gloves. I'm trying to find that. And apparently thumb covers are very popular. What? Apparently gamer gloves is a thing. Somebody made a PS4 controller into a power glove. Neil, Animal, thanks for the host. As well as Neil. This is a weird Wikipedia page that I'm on now. Anyway, if any of you guys haven't seen a power glove, that's a power glove. Looks like sci-fi from the 70s. That's what it was. Mint in box? What, power glove? No? What? Called a handroid? Sorry, that's just such a funny name. A handroid. Dwarf's about to starve and die. That's fine. What's the red void in the middle there? That's a tube made of glass full of lava that goes down into the center of the earth. I mean, that's the only practical use for a power glove is to, like, use it as a prop. Does anybody remember the part of Breaking Bad where why am I blanking on his name? Where they played Rage, and where Jesse played Rage, and he used a light gun. Also, investments are open apparently. Was that after he was dating the girl? Yes, and after she dies. Spoilers. And after he repaints his apartment and is, like, off of the drugs. And he's just, like, got PTSD from her dying and from having to kill people. And is just, like, getting over his PTSD by playing fucking Rage with a light gun. Which isn't a light gun game and was never a light gun game. And the sound effects are like, pew, 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 pew. It's the greatest thing ever. Just weird placements of video games. There was also, okay. One of my favorite dumb video game moments in a movie ever is in the Hitman movie, which is terrible and you shouldn't watch it. I watched it drunk with a friend. The Hitman movie has a scene where there's a kid playing Halo. The first Hitman movie, that they made. The first the first one that they made, not Hitman 2. Hitman. When he's when there's a kid who's playing Halo on a TV in a background scene of one of the shots. He's very clearly playing Halo. It's Halo 3. Like, that is what it is. There's an Xbox in front of it. It's Halo 3. But it's making Galaga sounds when he's shooting. Like, you know that sounds like Galaga makes? Legit just Galaga sounds. But he's playing Halo. And the Galaga sounds are timed to the bullet shooting. It is one of the weirdest, like, background scenes of a video game and a movie that I've ever seen. It's one of my personal favorite things. Is like, what an immersion breaker! That's not what broke my immersion with that movie. It's just it's one of my favorite things ever is seeing really weird, like, video games in movies, because it's probably just a green screen with like a person fiddling with it, right? Quality copyright evasion. Now that I don't. No, that I actually wonder about. Maybe they just had the rights to the pew pew sounds in the footage, but they didn't have the rights to the footage, to the correct pew pew sounds for that footage. Well, man, it's nice to be up to 29 dwarves. Only one more child, and I'll be, like, less paranoid about the fact that we're all gonna die. Yeah, he's also a horrible person in real life. I know, so we don't talk about that show. Someone actually spent the time adding the sound effect to the gameplay video. Yeah, that's what's great about it. Like when shows and movies show video games being played with actual game sounds and music being played. Yeah, with the actual correct stuff. Like, although now it's just like ad placements for games. I mean, I wouldn't say too bad. That show wasn't that good. I liked it too, but also I'm over it. So, you know, this is not something I worry about anymore. Maybe there's a world where it would still bother me, but I'm over it. All those dwarves dancing. That's what you want to see, is you want to see them clustering like this. It means they have friends. Like, look at this dwarf. All of these kindred spirits. That's what you want to see. You want to see lots and lots of kindred spirits. This one, on the other hand, acts on you have no friends. Hate to break it to you there, man. See what Don Caribou thinks. Doesn't know anybody. Well, I mean, you are still a baby, so I guess that makes sense. Reckon Zeke, how about you? Nope. You know, I sometimes wonder to myself, it's like, I wonder what video games celebrities play. Because, like I wonder if Dwayne The Rock Johnson plays any games, or if he's just too busy working out. Or, like, does Arnold Schwarzenegger play any games? Well, of course Snoop Dogg plays Madden. I've seen him stream Madden. But, like, I wonder about, like, ones that we don't know. You know, it's like, what does, like, has Tom Cruise played World of Warcraft kind of shit? You know, like there is a rumor that Benedict Cumberbatch plays WoW, which I've heard from enough different places that I'm inclined to believe it. Yeah, Henry Cavill plays games. Yeah, I know that much. Because he's given interviews where he's like, yeah, I've played all 3 Witcher games before he got, like, the part for The Witcher. You're pretty sure that you had pink in your guild for WoW? What? How are you pretty sure of that? Of course, Vin Diesel plays D&D. The question is, did Vin Diesel play that Fast and Furious game that released last year that was horrendous? Speaking of, did any of you know that a Fast and Furious game came out last year? Yeah. This game. Fast and the Furious Crossroads, mostly negative. Think Vin Diesel played this? I doubt it, personally. Yeah, that's a video game that came out. What's that got to do with anything? Digital Dan? I guess, like, she just didn't play very much then? I mean, that's fair. Although not being active in World of Warcraft is probably why she had a successful music career. Being active in World of Warcraft doesn't generally equal a successful music career. It's a game about family. It's a story about family. It's at the end of the day, it's about family. It doesn't matter because, like, you know, at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is family. Just like in Dwarf Fortress, I'm trying to make the dwarves make family. 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 It's funny because, like, I'm bored shitless of Marvel, but I'll at some point I need to sit down and watch Fast 6, 7, 8, and 9. I mean, I don't know. Not really. Anvil Knight? I mean, like, I don't know. How am I supposed to answer that question? I mean, you already answered your own question, I guess. Yay, that dwarf finally died. I mean, someone just watched their parents starve to death. One. There you go. Revenir, go place that dwarf in a tomb. No. Not even close. Ultimate. There's about 4 major family groups, and then a ton of random merchants from different family groups that came in. So no, nobody's cousins. Well, I mean, there are cousins, but not everybody. Like, release time? Like, are you asking what's the oldest game I play? Because Dwarf Fortress isn't that old. It came out in 2006. Like, world? Is this the oldest world that I play in? No. The oldest world that I've ever played in was 1400 years old. This world is 335. Means the fort's 330 years old. But this is the oldest fort I've ever played in. But yeah, no, far and away. I mean, before I started this fort, my oldest fort was like 50 years or something. Probably still baby. Yeah, I'm still a baby. Annoyed when caught in the rain. Interested after watching a performance. Interested after watching performance. Interested after watching performance. Felt enjoyment after watching a performance. Was interested after watching performance. Was annoyed when caught in the snowstorm. Was interested after watching performance. Was interested after watching a performance and felt enjoyment after watching a performance. And you said mama. Still dream of creating a great work of art. Who is mama? Mama is Bluewater, the militia captain, who was annoyed when caught in the rain. Daddy is mayor. Daddy's probably going to die sometime in the next few years, because Daddy is 166. Very old for a dwarf. Authority kid. I mean, it's child of the mayor, so politics kid at the very least. 166. Yep. Both of those dwarves are born from different families in the fortress. Could we see a 170-year-old dwarf? I don't know. He just needs to live until the year 339. What, you're interested in watching a performance? I mean, probably. Also, I don't know if you're still here, Anvil Knight, but one thing I can say is Tarn is joining the stream potentially in like a week. So, you know, maybe keep an eye out. Because I don't know if new things will come out of that, but there's always little bits of information that come out. After the last time I had him on my stream, we more or less had an idea of how much further we had to go before the Steam version was done. So that part was kind of fun. Also, if you'd like to submit a question early, because I haven't put up the YouTube video yet, I'm not entirely certain what day it's going to be yet. We were thinking maybe the 18th, but that still might slip to the 2nd. So if you want to get a question in, you can ask a question there. In a community context? I'm curious to see what Krug Smash does with the annual tournament. Very much looking forward to that. That was fun last year. I mean, the military screens were shown off and announced. Supposedly, the artists are primarily working on procedural creatures currently, and that's about all I know. I don't pay a ton of attention to what's going on with the community. I know Vettlinger just released a new tile set. That's kind of or an update to the tile set, which is kind of I mean, it's a thing that's already in the game, already. But like, procedural creatures are like, I guess were creatures don't really count, but like your night creatures, your necromancer experiments, and your forgotten beasts. So like a necromancer experiment can be like a goat person with wings and a bloated body and a shell. That was originally a goblin. So a goblin turned into goat person. It could be a weird ball of flesh with wings. It could be a hairy ball of flesh with wings. It could be a walking ball of flesh with wings and ashy skin and long hair. Your angels, yeah, your demons, your forgotten beasts, your titans. Your secret creatures that people hide under the spoiler tag, basically, that exist in Dwarf that are hard to find. But when you find them, they fuck you up. Your boogeymen, your adventure mode creatures. So those are all getting worked on right now, which is probably like the biggest job for the artists. Something that I still really want to know is I want to know what the full sprite count is going to be by the time it's done. That's something that I really want to. Mostly so that like I can be like, good luck, cooler. But yeah, this is kind of a recent community thing. Vettlinger's tile set update. I kind of wish that boogeymen could show up in your fort. Be like more advanced child snatchers, you know? But, is what it is. I've been eaten by boogeymen a couple times in adventure mode, so it's more or less all I really ask for. No, don't do that. Wave depletion. That's how you go to prison. But it would be nice to have you know, more child snatchers in DF that are actually like kind of a threat instead of, you know, just Oh no, a goblin with a baggie. Whack him in the head, boys. Like, I can't remember the last time a child actually got successfully snatched from one of my forts. Like, has anybody here ever had a child snatched with a child snatcher? Like, has that ever actually happened to any of you guys? That, yeah, no, well, I mean, I've had them snatch kids, but yeah, I've never had them make it out with the kid. Like, I've had them, like, if they arrive at a very early fort when I'm not ready and I don't have a military, I just throw every single adult dwarf into the military and just say, kick his ass! And they usually do. They've gotten as far as stuff in one in the back. Like, I've had, like, thieves successfully steal artifacts before, but I've never had a child snatcher successfully sneak off with a child. But you lock the front door. Yeah, that'll do it. It's a good thing that dwarves can lock doors with their mind powers. They can just will a door to be locked. It's like dwarves have, like, magical powers that they're just unaware of. They're kind of like 40k green boys in that way. Wait, hold on a second. After learning about the method of writing the history of a single individual. Learning about the method of writing the history of a single individual. Feels satisfied after reading Biography for the Beginning Practitioner. Oh, that's the name of a book. This is some classic magic. Well, it's just like they connect a lever to a bridge with two mechanisms that are not connected in any way. But somehow they work when they pull the lever? You know, the dwarves just quietly have, like, quantum window technology and stuff. I actually would like to know what Tarn thinks about doors mysteriously locking and stuff. Because it would be fun if you could, like, set a job to lock a door, and then a dwarf has to run to the door to lock the door. Could you imagine if you had to do that? Man. That'd be fun. Like, a dwarf is coming to lock the door, and then they lock themselves outside. Yeah, absolutely. They lock themselves outside. That's absolutely what would happen. 100%. Yeah, that would be great. Isn't that like isn't that a thing that's supposed to happen at some point? Think about him. You'd lose so much more sanity. Implying you have sanity, Shadow Apex. Like, implying you have sanity in the first place. I've already just accepted I have none, so it's fine. Also, thanks for the follows today. I just looked over and realized I got a bunch of follows today, so cheers, guys. I'm actually curious to those of you who found the stream today, or if you're here for the first time today and you've been chatting, how did you find me? How did you get here? Because frankly, like, I genuinely wonder sometimes how people find this channel. It's usually like YouTube these days. Because Twitch has done a very good job of, like, burying me from existence, so. Yeah, it's supposed to eventually have things hook up. I don't know if multi-tile creatures are even happening now. Because I know that, like, Tarn has talked about them being, like, something he'd like to do, but also something that would be ridiculous. Something I could write this down. I might submit a question. I'm write this, but like. Make note of that. been a long time since I've had sticky tabs, and I have sticky tabs again, so might as well use them. Well, I mean, the Steam version is going to have large creatures displayed as larger than they are in game currently. So instead of making them multi-tiles, they're just simply making the sprite bigger. So like a giant sprite could take up 3 tiles, even though the giant itself is only taking up 1 tile type deal. So I'm wondering if that is replacing the need for multi-tile creatures, or if they still want to tackle multi-tile creatures in the future. Yeah, basically. Absolutely. Like that kind of thing. So I don't know. I don't know. There's a few screenshots of that already, like the blind cave ogres, who are very large creatures. It is now summer. Like blind cave ogres, who are quite a bit larger, like being about 4 times the size of a Gorlak that was right next to it. So like, even though it's, yeah, a huge hippo-shaped monster. Exactly. Like just giant creatures are just gonna have bigger sprites. Which means giant elephants. I want to know how big those are going to be. It's like giant elephant shows up. It's like a third of the screen. It's just like the size of like 15 dwarves standing on each other's heads. What I want to know is what happens to the size of the tile when they die. So like, if a creature that is, let's just say, 2 tiles tall, right, dies, does the body take up 2 tiles? People need to remember, like, and Tarn's talked about this before, Kekapina. CDDA has a very different code base and physics system than Dwarf Fortress. So just because CDDA does something similarly doesn't mean that system is necessarily implementable in Dwarf Fortress. So I think that's something people need to realize. Like, yes, they're both tile-based games, and yes, CDDA has some solutions for some of the problems that Tarn may have to face, but also realize that CDDA's code is way younger. So be aware of that. I just noticed that there's some other aliens just giving things a big sprite. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like one of the classic things is like whenever Tarn talks about boats and all the problems that boats propose, which there's a lot of, someone always says, "But CDDA has cars. Just do it like that." It's like, well, from Tarn's description, it sounds like he kind of can't just do that. Yeah, it's an effective solution. I just would like to remind people that there is a roguelike that at one point had multi-tile creatures that were multiple levels tall. Krakenzieg has grown to become a child, but the developer removed them and has not put them back. Maybe one day he will. I do not want to just do that. It would be the worst. So you're saying that you don't like the way that cars work in CDDA? I find them perplexing and silly, but they do work. Just hoping that this child's able to find some good clothing. I seem to just notice issues with children not clothing themselves properly, or they clothe themselves with crappy clothing, and then they get real mad when it rots off them. It's like, well, yeah, you're picking up like the worst quality hand-me-down socks. Oh, well, at least you got a good cap and vest and a cloak, even though that sock is about to fall apart. This is like a child running around with a sock with like 18 holes in it. And you're like, why are you doing that? And he's like, nah. As long as you don't have to go through anything. What do you mean by going through something? Like through a tunnel? I seem to recall playing CDDA once off stream, and I was driving a car, and I crashed into something, and the car kept going, and my character got stuck in the thing that I crashed into, which is strange. Athror, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? Chat, you know it. You know what the thing is. Some of you have access to the sound command for $7 a month on my Patreon. If nobody has it, that's fine. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft store ship. Well, I mean, in real life, too, if you damage your car, it'll jank out, too. And that's why my parents eventually gave away and stopped driving their Volkswagen Beetle because they could see the road through the bottom of it. So... Are you at the sound command tier, Armor? Because then you could have used that sound command. Can't remember if you are or not. Yeah, I used to make cooking videos. Stopped doing that a long time ago. I did those at the beginning of the pandemic. But yeah, that's called French toast. The name of that meal. Yeah, I mean, it's a twice-a-year treat. Not something you should eat frequently. All right, you guys watch these humans slowly make their way into the fort. I'm gonna quickly go use the restroom. Yeah, that's the name of that sandwich. French toast Monte Cristo. Back in a sec. What workshops are must-haves? It depends on what you need. Still for alcohol, carpenter for barrels and beds. I usually make a mason's workshop really early to make doors and tables and chairs out of because I don't like making wooden tables and chairs because then I need to remake wooden tables and chairs. I also usually make a traps or mechanic shop, which is the same thing, early on so that I can do stuff with that and a child withdraws from society. We have a artifact. But it depends on what you need, really. There is no, like, must-have first things that you need to build. You can kind of build things in any order, really. No, it's not possible to do that. Already. Also, if you hurt merchants, it generally causes a war with that faction. So I wouldn't recommend it unless you want to go to war with them. Dwarves hate slavery. There's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that people are like, why can't I do that? And it's generally the answer is because Tarn thinks it's bad. So the reason you can't, you know, kidnap merchants and force them into slave labor is because Tarn doesn't want you to be able to do that in his game. It's the same reason dwarves don't have guns, is because Tarn doesn't really want you to have guns in his game. You've had the most fun with the evil glaciers? Really? I find glaciers to be kind of hard on the eyes, actually. I find glaciers to be a bit of a pain. Nope. Invaders have one use, and that's you kill them. You kill them or you scare them away. Those are the two things that you can do with invaders. If you capture invaders in cages, you can release them from cages and kill them. Or you can theoretically, you could release them after the siege is over. If you have extra captures, you could place the cages outside, pull the lever, and they will just leave the map. However, they will try and kill dwarves on the way out, so you have to make sure that none of your dwarves are in the area. So you could theoretically release them and let them go home. But cage traps is the only form of capture, and that's the only thing that you can do with them. There is no capture and enslave in Dwarf Fortress at all, period. Absolutely nothing is the point. There is no point. Roleplay is the point. You could put them in a big arena and make them fight with big monsters if you want. There's no practical point to it, though. Like, this is the thing that I always try and explain to people right when they start getting into Dwarf Fortress, is because there's a lot of things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that is not actually a thing in Dwarf Fortress. And there's a lot of things that you'll see people talking about that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that aren't things in Dwarf Fortress that you can actually do. And it results in overblown expectations for the capabilities of this game. It's like, yes, there is a lot of crazy mechanics that you can do and pull off in Dwarf Fortress. But are they things that you necessarily think about it? Probably not. Yeah, see, I'm pretty attached to the way my colors are, and I don't like seeing the white and blue all the time. I mean, meta is Mark Zuckerberg owned term, which we don't use anymore. I'm kind of joking about that, but I don't like to call it a meta because no, not really. But there is a consistency from world to world of the way things work. That's what you're saying. I'll say this. The player designated meta for Dwarf Fortress usually just ends in people driving their fortresses to frame rate death because they don't understand that there are things to do in Dwarf Fortress aside from murder every civ that exists and overproduce all of the items, which is kind of the Dwarf Fortress meta. Because most people who set a meta for Dwarf Fortress are playing the game wrong. The end game and meta for Dwarf Fortress, in its optimal sense, in my opinion, is simply role-playing the story that you want to play, because that's what the game does best. If you try and force it to do other things, you're just going to disappoint yourself again and again and again. So don't think of DF as having a meta, because you will not have a particularly enjoyable experience with the game. If you think of Dwarf Fortress as a single-player sandbox D&D, you'll enjoy it a lot more. I've seen people try and play it as an RTS and min-max and like minimize stress and maximize production and all that. You'll have a hard time with it. you will run into roadblocks because the game is kind of designed to not be like that. My tendinitis just flared up in my bad ear. Ow. A game with no victory condition can't really have a meta, basically. Yeah, that's what I get for being a cellist when I was in high school. And playing right in front of the brass section. It's actually kind of ironic. It's like I have tendinitis in my right ear. That gets kind of bad sometimes, and it's not because of all the metal shows I've been to. It's because of playing cello in a fucking orchestra with a trombone about 18 centimeters behind my head. That'll give you tendinitis. So I'll just say, like, just remember this, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't or isn't served by having a meta. Dwarf Fortress is served by having creativity. That's where you will get fun out of Dwarf Fortress. The optimal defensive structure for a fort in Dwarf Fortress is 2 locked doors and a bunch of drawbridges in a long hallway. You can make a completely self-sustaining, indefinite fortress with nothing but drawbridges as defense and hobbyist soldiers in your fortress. So just realize that the most effective weapon in Dwarf Fortress is drawbridges. You could probably defeat anything with drawbridges. Treehouse is a thing. Elves make treehouses in World Gen. I don't know what tile set you're using, but these are Elven Forest Retreats, which we're apparently at war with this faction, but they've never actually invaded any of my dwarves. We've been at war with them since the beginning of time, though. So, and these are Forest Retreats, which are actually owned by humans because the humans took over those ones ages ago. But Forest Retreats are treehouses. I mean, that's basically what I've done in this fort. No, it's not boring. You never really know what to do, like starting things and making crafting shops? Here, let me get you one of my favorite pages on the Dwarf Fortress wiki. And I do actually think this is something that the Steam version is going to help with a lot, Cordy, is the things to do problem. Squug!
When you're a floating throne.
Thank you very much for the 53rd month at tier 2. Just looking for a... Here you go. This is the wiki page that's helpful if you don't know what to do in DF. This is the page I was looking for. Playstyle challenge, which just gives you all of these different things all of these different, like, player designed goal challenges for Dwarf Fort. So these are all player designed challenges, which have, like, lists of, like, restrictions and goals and all this. So these are all the things that you can do in DF. I like the make a replica of the wall from a song of Ice and Fire. I think embark or no embark is the embark with absolutely nothing, where you embark with 0 tools and basically just have to wait until traders show up and then you beat them up and take their stuff. Like, there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. But Squug, seriously, thank you very much for the 53rd month. Welcome back. Thanks for the ongoing support. Can I get a big round of beers for Squug? But I don't know. I would double check the wiki page and see if you actually read that, Mark. Despite my despicable desire to desecrate your divine noodle soup, demon-flavored Uncrustables taste like cheesy laser sharks. Cupcakes aren't used in explosives. One cat tries to scare, but they also found some of those adorable mustaches. Goblins who enjoy playing hard ball. There you go. Caught up. Yeah, definitely don't desecrate my divine noodle soup. Just in time to update it. Hell yeah. Yeah. Where's the cheese? We require more cheese. Where's the cheese? Food variety is good for dwarves. Is pig cheese good? In reality, pig's milk is too thin to make cheese out of it. So in real life, no. And dwarves seem to like it, though. The important question, though, is dwarven cheese good? Even though we can't currently make it. Very realistic game, actually. Just remember, you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile if they all lie down. That's the very important thing that you need to remember about Dwarf Fort. Exactly, Darren knows what's up. Cheese! With your next fort, you'll try focusing on going in with more of a story in mind and trying to play out the story. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, you play Dwarf Fortress however you want. The best way to get the most enjoyment out of Dwarf Fortress is to play out a story and then tell other people about the story that played out. In my opinion, that is the best way to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. At the end of the day, if you want to play it any other way, play it some other way. But the most enjoyment I've ever gotten out of Dwarf Fortress is just when I go in with kind of a rough storyline in mind and come out the other end with approximately that, with a bunch of fun happenings in the middle. It's like with my Halloween fort. I knew that fort was going to end with the majority of the dwarves dying. I knew that they were going to go mad and get invaded by something, and I knew that they were all going to die. And I wanted it to go up in flames spectacularly. And frankly, it did. And I'm very happy with that. From end to end. Why would you milk a human, Mark? Disgusting. To be totally clear, just to cite the wiki for references. Dwarven Cheese. But did you know that a dwarf actually invented cheese? She was trying to ferment milk and alcohol, and she was surprised when she ended up with something else entirely. And that's why the dwarven word for cheese is sjokmag. She was shocked that it couldn't be drunk from a mug. But anyway, dwarven cheese is actually created from. No, they don't. Don Caribou. Actually, I'm pretty sure they don't, because they give their children alcohol instead of milk. But no, dwarven cheese is actually made from maggots that are pressed. It's made from maggots that you can get in the cavern layers. Purring maggots, specifically. They are pressed, and then a substance comes out, and then they make that substance into cheese. Bedrock, 459 with the 9th month. Would you eat dwarven trees? Thank you very much for the 9th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Good to have you around for another month. Thanks for continuing to support the channel. I will just do this. This might be a little bit not safe for life. This is maggot cheese. It's a real thing that humans make. Dwarven cheese is like this. It's cheese with living maggots in it. Just... that's a thing. Also, apparently it's illegal. For some reason. I've never eaten it, so... I have no idea why the EU would. I learned 5 seconds ago that the EU banned it. Sideways, the Dwarven child has created Arotothat Olon Rithul, a Hornblende Scepter. It's been a while since we got a scepter. It claims it as an heirloom name and the family ancestor Dastot Room Shadows. This is a Hornblende Scepter. All craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and decorated with llama wool, and encircled with bands of round Hornblende cabochons, almond and pear, and black zircons. The item menaces with spikes of gabbro. On the item is an image of Autumn. The Autumn of Chucking, a cowbone warhammer, which is the name of that cowbone warhammer from before, in unicorn bone. On the item is an image of a bull in black zircon. The bull is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a bull in Longdeath in late spring of 212. On the item is an image of Leader Scorned the Geared Petals, a Hornblende Scepter in walnut wood. That's an image of itself. Okay. And on the item is an image of a rice plant in iron. It's worth 73,200 Dwarf bucks. And I'm going to put it on a pedestal over here. I mean, my almond milk isn't from mammals. It's from almonds. I know that's not milk, it's more juice, but just shut up. Isn't the answer to that question technically yes, that whales are mammals? Yeah, whales are mammals. It's like dolphins. We need to make more booze. And they also give birth to live young. Whales do. And how do you plan on going about that, Mark? I suggest chopping your knees off. I'll shorten you down a little bit. And then grow a big beard. Yes, well, platypus are evolution getting high, so, you know, mistakes were made, of course. Plastic surgery, best of luck. I hope that works out for you. It's amazing what we can do with modern day technology. But if you'd like a dwarf in this fort, I don't have any kids right now that I could give you, but I could give you one of the merchants if you want. That, or we can wait until a baby happens, and then if you're the first person to raise your hand, I could give you the child. Yeah. But we're up to 29 dwarves, so we are achieving our goal very slowly. Very. You meant IRL? Well then, in that case, I won't give you a dwarf. Best of luck. Urine, hygiene, food, health regulation. The cheese has been outlawed. The offenders face heavy fines. However, some regulations that the cheese, some of the sardines and organize themselves in order to make Isumaritsu available on the black market where they would be sold for double the price of an ordinary block. Okay, in 2019, illegal production of the cheese was estimated to be 100 tons. Wow. The cheese black market was not a topic subject I ever thought I would end up on in this channel, but yet here we are. So wait, does that mean that I could buy maggot cheese in Canada, theoretically? Chat, how much would you pay me to eat maggot cheese on stream? Assuming it's legal. I don't get banned from Twitch for eating maggot cheese. I'm just asking for science. I'm not promising anything. You're broke, so $5? I mean, you could subscribe to this stream for $5, but you'd have to pay me more than $5 to eat that cheese. But yeah, that's also not bad. €20 per kilo. Like, a kilo of cheese is, like, not a small amount of cheese. I've probably spent more than that on, like, some nice Gouda. Like, I don't buy cheese very often. Like, I'm generally with my diet, I'm vegan. But I'm a vegan who is not strictly vegan. So, like, I'm vegan most of the time. Sometimes I'm vegetarian. And sometimes I'll just eat meat when it's available. But at home, the majority of the meals that I eat are vegan. So it's like, when people are just like, €20 per kilo for cheese, and I'm sitting here going like, last time, because when I buy cheese, I buy fancy cheese, and I have it like candy. It's like a treat. I mean, that's fine, Mark. I'm just happy that you didn't call me American. Like, if I buy like cheese, I'm gonna buy like fancy blue cheese or brie or like a really nice mozzarella or something. Like, I'm not gonna buy. Yes, I'm Canadian. If you calling a Canadian an American is like calling somebody from Ireland Scottish. It's like calling somebody from Australia or telling somebody from New Zealand that they're from Australia. It's and if you make that meme, I'll probably end up banning you by the end of it because I'm so tired of seeing it, KK. But Canada is, in fact, on the moon. This is true. According to some food scientists, it's possible for the larvae to survive the stomach acid and remain in the intestine, leading to a condition called... Okay. I mean, to be totally fair, Stone, if I were to eat that cheese, I'd probably cook it into something. Like, if I were to eat the maggot cheese, I probably would cook it into something. Which would absolutely kill everything in it. So it would just be cheese with extra protein at that point, right? Which I would be totally fine with. You don't think any cheese is worth that? Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Between sheep farmers and research in the University of Cincinnati developed a hygienic method of production in 2005 to allow the legal selling of the cheese. This is such a rabbit hole, man. I like it all. You know what this makes me want to do? It makes me want to make a video about Dwarven Cheese and like explain what Dwarven Cheese is in Dwarf Fortress and how dwarves make it in Dwarf Fortress, and then talk about real life maggot cheese for like 20 minutes as like an excuse to talk about real life maggot cheese. It would be like a Super Bunny Hop video where it's like video games now also real thing. Back to video games, but also real thing. All this for maggot cheese? Yeah, all this for maggot cheese. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a very big, popular YouTube channel. Armor. Very big, popular YouTube channel. But, you know, I do agree that I would not want living maggots in my stomach, so there is that bit. Also, I feel like this is a bad discussion because we had 63 people watching the stream when we started this discussion, and now we have 49, so I have a feeling that some people are at home puking. So maybe we should change the subject? I don't know. Why is that worth talking about? Because that's a good thing, you know? I mean, YouTube doesn't hide dislikes, but the YouTuber can opt into disabling dislikes. Give me one reason why it's bad. One legitimate reason from the point of view of you why it's bad. Because it's on the user's end, so the creator of the video can hide dislikes. I've hid the likes and dislikes on some of my VODs. That's also fine. That's in fact, I would state that that is a good thing. From the point of view of a creator, that it is an absolutely good thing. Yeah, that's fine. Straight up, that is fine. This is the first I'm hearing of this, but yeah, that's fine. In fact, they should. It hides the likes and the dislikes, or that's what it did before. But even if it only hides the dislikes, that's also fine. Because literally all that happens when a video has a high dislike ratio is the creator of the video gets harassed. Literally, that's all that happens. As somebody who makes YouTube videos, that is the only thing that happens if a video gets a lot of dislikes. Is the creator of the video gets harassed. So, I am quite happy that I'm doing that. That's trash? And what experience do you have creating videos? And you say my opinion's trash? Cool. Who gives a fuck, Shadow? Okay. I'm just saying that your point of view as a user is not a valid point in this situation because it's not it's not a change for users. It's a change for creators that creators have been asking for a long time. So, I don't agree. Having a hidden like and dislike ratio is absolutely fine and doesn't hurt anybody. And I say this because Instagram did this a while ago. Okay, I'll say this. Do you like it when creators you like kill themselves? Because that's the result of having a visible like and dislike ratio. That is the result of having a like and dislike ratio. Think about it. Your opinion doesn't matter, and you'll be able to find good tutorials with or without a like and dislike ratio. Your opinion doesn't matter. Yeah, fuck Twitter. Don Caribou. That's all I have to say is fuck Twitter. Yes, it's a change that doesn't affect users, but it does affect people like me. If you want depression and mental health to drop, we should keep like and dislike ratios. If we get rid of them, that is a benefit to everybody involved. Twitter is not a good news source as well. Twitter is a place where you can get an idea of what the general consensus on a change is from people who are hyper connected to it, but that's about it. You know the photo 1724. It's a Great Britain notes. We passed still in a famous cheese. We call it our English parmesan. And it's still at the table. Spread to the table with mites or maggots around it, so it's thick, so that they bring a spoon with them and eat the mites with the. I can't read that sentence, Stone. It's useful for getting instant feedback and for sharing information about international crises, but bitching about things, Twitter is almost never useful. So it's leftover fried rice for dinner? I mean, you could just fry some more chicken into that rice or fry something else in that rice. If a video is heavily disliked, it'll get pushed out of the algorithm like it does right now. If you still have the ability to like and dislike a video, Nanobuild, it doesn't affect you. Because if you go to YouTube right now, right? You go to YouTube right now, and you type in random video, you don't see the like and dislike ratio. You don't. It doesn't affect you. If a video is heavily disliked, you don't see it because it gets buried. I've had this argument with people in the past when that feature started popping up. And just know that it's not for you and it doesn't affect you. Okay? It doesn't. But please, don't argue for things like that. Because unless you are creating videos, you do not understand how that affects you. This is a change that YouTube is making alongside of other social media platforms that are doing the exact same thing for the health and mental health of people using the platform. And oh my fucking Christ, if you have to watch an extra minute of a bad tutorial, my heart goes out to you, you poor fucking soul. So you brought this subject up in the first place because you think it's a terrible thing. You wanted me to talk about it because you think it's a terrible thing. And I disagree with you, and you're acting shocked. Well, I'm not agreeing with you. There's even people who choose to scrub through low-view videos for everyone else's sake. You're acting kind of shocked via text. That's how it comes across. Sure, but you seem to think that my position as a content creator is less important than your position as someone who uses it. And I'll just tell you this. As someone who uses websites and doesn't upload videos, if they make a major change for the creator, it doesn't matter for the viewer. You will still find good videos. You will still find good content. The only thing that's going to happen is the amount of harassment that streamers and creators and YouTubers get is going to go down. Any protection to defend creators from harassment. A thing that Twitch made, a change that Twitch made when they updated the, autumn has come, heads up Stone, when they made the change to the Twitch channel pages, when they decided to hide overall view counts, and they decided to make follower counts less visible. When Twitch did that, do you have any idea how many times I've had people ask me in the last year since they've made that change, year and a half since they made that change, how often people have asked me, why do you have so many views on your channel and such a low view count? That used to be a question I would get basically daily. Almost every day, I would have somebody tune in and say, you have over 1 million views on your Twitch channel, but only 50 viewers? Pfft, dead channel. Fucking dead channel. Which by, big end Twitch standards is accurate. But I don't get that harassment anymore because Twitch hides that number to you. You have to go actively looking for it on alternate stat tracking sites to find it. But I don't get that harassment anymore because Twitch made that change. So that's a good change. Hiding information from you, the viewer. Because it makes my life better. This is exactly the same as that. Oh, I've been streaming for 9 years. I've been I was on the Twitch front page once for 6 hours and got almost 350,000 views in that one day on my channel. So I've been on Twitch for almost 9 years. I've been streaming for a very long time. I've been hit with every single harassment in the book that you can think of. I've been doxxed. I've had my address leaked. I've had my phone number leaked twice. I've had my parents' address leaked. I've had people phone me. I've had people email me my passwords. I've had death threats. I've had dick pics. I've had literally every single format of harassment sent to me that you can possibly think of. Things that minimize that are a benefit. And no other opinion matters. I've even been sent suicide letters. Well, that happened once. So I should say suicide note. What did I do that was so controversial? I had the audacity to stream video games on the internet and then decide to not stream that video game anymore and stream a different video game. Also, that was not all at one time. That's over 8.5 years. That's over 8.5 years. Different people over the years. There's never good reasons for that kind of shit. There is no good reason for that kind of shit. There is no logical reason for that kind of shit.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will the blin.
Hello, Awake. It's good to see you. Welcome to Strem. We're talking about why hiding dislikes is a good thing on videos. I actually banned somebody once before because of this discussion. I haven't banned anybody yet today. That's good. Wait, hold on a second. Okay. Where's the other merchant? I think that the council left. No. You hear about famous people getting in trouble for saying dumb shit. The vast majority of the harassment that happened to me, QWERTY, over the years was when I had 6 people watching and was playing random game nobody plays anymore. The harassment that I got was when I was a tiny nobody with no voice, right? The harassment that I've gotten in the past is when I was a small streamer playing one game a whole bunch and then decided to stream a different game instead and not play that game anymore, right? That's when I got harassment. So just there was one particular person who spent 2 years of their life coming into my channel almost every day, right? And making account after account after account after account after account after account with my username in them. So blind IRL, and then it would be a bunch of swear words or hates racial slur or hates this or blind IRL thinks this. Made thousands of those accounts and would follow me on repeat. That's why I don't have a follow notification. That's why I deleted it years ago. It started in about 2015 and it went on until about 2018. And then they came back briefly when channel points became a thing. And you know how I have the one channel point first thing? I used to have one that was 50 channel points, and it was just lurker hello. That's all it would do, is it would just make a little hello pop up in the chat. So you could say hello without actually typing anything, the whole point of it. But what people realized was that... What this person realized was that you don't have to have a verified email on your account to use channel points. And by following a stream, you get 300 channel points, right? So what they would do is they'd make a throwaway account like that, follow this stream, and then spam the lurker hello button, because there wasn't any limit on the amount that you could use. So I limited it down to 1 use per stream. And they would still do it. They would make an account, and they would spam that. So it just says blind IRL hates whatever. Why? Piss me off? Hurt me? Make me mad? People don't need a reason. It was legitimately because I stopped streaming a game that I streamed a lot of for a long time. It's the only reason. Was because I didn't play that game 5 days a week anymore. And that was entertainment they liked. Did I do anything to them? No. You don't need to do something to somebody on the internet for them to harass you and go after you, which is why any possible protection put in place to give creators space and ability to protect themselves from harassment is a benefit, because we live in a world where it is super fucking easy to get around this shit. You know, like you hear about it when it's large scale and it's after a large amount of people, or you hear about it when it happens to somebody who's of importance to the community, but when it's random streamer who's existed for 5 years that nobody cares about, me, or 9 years now, nobody really cares. So just realize that protections are important. And even if they make searching for things slightly more difficult, fuck you, it doesn't matter. Because protections are important. Like, I don't fucking care that there's the occasional person who just gets like a hate boner and goes and dislikes every single video I've made for the last 5 weeks. But it'd be nice if other people didn't need to see that. I don't mind seeing it in the background, but it's annoying when people tune into my videos or ask me, why do you have dislikes on this VOD? I don't know, someone's mad at me. Treating people online as just products that are just owned. What's ironic is if it's the actual person that because I don't actually know who did it, Cat Cabana, but I have a couple ideas and a couple suspects. If it's the person I think who did it, that person never actually gave me money. So they wouldn't even like have had an invested interest in the work that I do in that format anyway. Sus indeed, Cooler. Sus. So, when I see people like arguing against protections given to creators, it blows my mind. It baffles me, because I don't mean any offense when I say that if you are simply using a platform, you have absolutely no say in how it should change. The people that produce content for a platform should have opinions and say on how it changes. But also, thanks for listening to what I have to say. Because a lot of you do. And it's nice to see that people listen. Even if only some of you listen. Not everybody needs to listen, but I'm glad that some of you do. Yeah, I don't want to talk about maggot cheese anymore. No offense, but there's a reason why I like tripled down on this subject, because I'm absolutely tired of talking about maggot cheese. Maggot cheese was interesting for about 5 minutes and then stopped being interesting. So I'd like to talk about something else, thanks. What, maggot cheese? I can't tell you what my nickname was in high school because it rhymes with my last name. Be looking pretty fucking dope. It definitely looks like Dark Souls with horse. Definitely looks like Dark Souls with a horse. Looks almost identical to the way I expected it to look, not gonna lie, Skug. That's not an insult either. It's like, yep, it's one of those. It's a FromSoft game, that's for sure. I'm almost always listening. Cheers, Cordy. No, I didn't know that. You can jump and your horse? Sure. So it's a Dark Souls with a jump button. I'm not a Dark Souls guy. I've got like no opinions on this. I'm sorry. Like legit, it's like, oh, so you finally figured out basic video game mechanics from that have been around for decades? Those definitely sound like British places. It's Sekiro, but less Japan, more souls. Sure. Knee-high barriers are a thing no more. Wait until you find an invisible wall behind a knee-high barrier, Squug. And Sekiro wasn't a weeb. Come on. Just because it's Japanese doesn't automatically make it weeb. That being said, find a thread that I saw on Reddit this morning. Oh, never mind. It got deleted. Someone had a tattoo of Weeb Jesus, which got posted on Reddit, but it got deleted. So I was gonna try and post Holy Weebus, but I can't. Should have screenshotted it while I thought about it. If no one says Kawaii Desu at any point in the content, then it is not Weeb. Once we're up to 35 dwarves again, we're going to go back to work on the Obsidian printer. A big box underground, which I'm going to fill a layer up on the bottom with lava, then dump water on it to make obsidian. And then I'm going to rebuild the entire fortress out of obsidian. That's the next big project. Starting off with the surface roads. Some epic doodles. Sounds like epic doodles? I don't know. I was going to say sounds like epic mealtime, but I was like, that's not what that is. It should take me 300 years to rebuild the whole fort, I would guess. I mean, naturally, because the laws that you don't think about very often are generally the weirdest. Same like bread. Bread is also weird as hell. The way bread is cooked, baked. You know, Rhinestone, I know that you're subbed to the stream, but you haven't had a sub badge on my screen the entirety of the time you've been here. But I click on your account and it says that you're subbed, which is very perplexing to me. Well, weeb could be the average anime watcher who thinks they are obsessed with Japanese tradition and culture, but in reality are obsessed with Japanese media, which is usually the case. Most English-speaking and Western country, air quotes, weebs, think they are obsessed with anime, or think they are obsessed with Japan and Japanese culture, but actually just, you know, okay, now your badge is back. The hell? You also didn't have your VIP badge, to be fair. Twitch was just, like, freaking out, and so I couldn't tell the difference between your name and Kekapena's name because of the same colors. And now your badges are gone. It's okay. I can see them. They're working for me. Twitch, you're drunk. Yeah, lots of pink names in chat today. It's a very pink day today. I appreciate Squug and his darker shade of whatever that is. What's ironic is you're not even... Yeah, magenta, that's the word I was looking for. What's ironic, Ryan, is like your bits badge isn't even showing on my screen because you took place in a hype train recently and your hype train badge went away. So now you're just like your name plus the crown plus the diamond. So like the reason you're pink like isn't even working on my screen right now. Which is just funny. Because the hype train badge overwrites the bit badge and then... Which? I'm really curious, how good are you at playing this instrument? Dabbling. Skill level at that instrument. You see the little square thing next to the send messages on the left of chat at the bottom? Yeah, click that. So the council didn't show up. They showed up, but then they bolted. Yeah. The notice that their tribute showed up is there, but they never actually dropped it off. So I think they just showed up and left. It actually won't let you choose a bits badge? Excuse me? Scroll down. There should be a customizable badges thing. Because there's the role badge, your sub badge, and if you scroll down, there should be a customizable badge. Which should be like... Well, I mean, for me, it's like the TwitchCon badges, Gifter, Prime, GlitchCon. There you go, we fixed it. Yeah, they're committing tribute evasion. It's terrifying. Hey, Twitch ups. Quick question. You grew up Plum Helmets. Like, what? Are you actively trying to brew them right now, Mark? Also, I think that Twitch ups may have already answered your question. MV Hank, what's up? It's good to see you. Stone has been possessed. Stone, you've been possessed. And I selected Bumbled instead of Stone. Stone VI has gone into a strange mood. Speaking of, how is Stone doing? Annoyed when caught in the rain. But is blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. You love your bedroom. I was just saying that I think that Twitch Up's already answered your question. Mark. But are you trying to brew them actively? Or are you trying to plant? Because if you're not actively brewing them and because you might have ones that are available to brew. Let's turn this off so Dwarf can go get items for artifact. Yeah, are you cooking meals is another question. If you're cooking meals, yeah, that would be why. But you don't need plump helmets to brew. If you're just trying to get alcohol, you don't actually need plump helmets. You can just use the D and then gather plants command, which is P, and then just select everything on the surface and gather all the plants. You'll find something. Giant cave spiders are terrifying, Twitch-ups. This is true. What's the point of cooking? If you cook meals, then dwarves like the food more. Especially if you're playing in the most current version of the game. The meals are cooked well. The dwarves get happy thoughts from a well-cooked meal. Whereas they don't with a not well-cooked meal. And happy thoughts are important. Yeah, so if you have plump helmets, then you can brew them. If it says no seeds and you can't plant them, you might need to brew what you have. If it still says no seeds, but you have alcohol, I just kind of worry about it. But yeah, hit Z, go to kitchen, and then hit tab to see what seeds you have. And so in this case, it would be plump helmet spawn. There it is. For that, I have 60 plump helmets on spawn. And I would hit C on that to make sure they don't cook them. But they should be default set to that. And then there's vegetable and fruit types. You can then from here see how many, like we have a lot of strawberry plants, 1,130, as well as a lot of strawberries. But you'll want to find plump helmets, which currently I have 2,348, which I don't want to cook, so I have it set to red and only brew. Lots of strawberries, yeah. You spawned with them? You have to make... did you prepare carefully? Or did you just embark? So you just embarked, you should have some. Yes. Theoretically. Unless somehow your Dwarven faction doesn't have access to it, which would be really weird. You just embarked? Yeah, then you should have some. Hit Z and, yeah, go to kitchen. So Z and then arrow keys to tab over. Then you don't have any. If you don't have any, you don't have any, right? Like, that's the reality. You might just not have any. Hi, stupid. I'm blind. Yeah, we've never had Keck W. Never will have Keck W. Same reason we don't have Omega Wall. But thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a wholesome, lovely emote that everybody loves. We actually have multiple versions of Bongo Cat. I mean, we also have toilet paper if you need some. There are ways to store up to X quantity seeds? Not that I'm aware of. Maybe maybe? I don't know. I mean, we also have like... I mean, we have a lot of dumb FFZ emotes. But ones that tend to just kind of lead to making fun of the streamer, I don't keep around. Like I've never bothered adding Rat Jam because Cat Jam is far superior. But what's the word? Forgot about Rat Jam until you posted it just now, showing how inferior it is. But what's the word I was looking for with my head? I don't know. No bags available? Time to make more bags then. Gotta get those leather workers functioning. Don't seem to work for you? Do you have them disabled in FFZ? Because FFZ disables them by default, I think? Or sometimes it just disables them for no reason. Yep, you'll also get seeds from them. Although if you're picking above ground wild plants, you'll get above ground plants, so they need to be planted outside. So like if you were to get like, I don't know, turnips, you need to plant them outside. They won't grow in a cave. But if you go down to the caverns by digging down, then eventually you'll hit them. If you harvest the plants that are underground, those will be like what the dwarves more normally eat. So like your plump helmets and your pigtails and your cave wheat and your dimple cups. Those all come from the caverns. So if I scroll down, these are the caverns. So the plants that grow down here are like dimple cups. There's some dead cave wheat. There's some more dimple cups. There's some dense floor fungus, which can't be harvested. More dimple cups. Is there anything else in this layer, or is it just dimple cups? I'm pretty sure there is other things down here. A lot of the stuff in here is dead because I've burnt it too much. Yeah, it's a lot of like dead ground flora and fauna, but up on there's something else. What's that? There's cave wheat. But if I jump up to the surface and look at what's up here, depending on where you embarked, we've got onions, barley, which can be made into wine, plum tree sapling, apricot tree sapling. Another thing you can do out on the surface is you can make a zone like this by hitting I and making a zone and setting it as a gather and pick fruit. If you hit capital G, you can set them to pick fruit from trees or ignore fruit from trees, although they do need step ladders to get up there because I burnt it. That's why. Because there was so many corpses after 300 years of like not being active and just ignoring forgotten beasts down there that if I were to try and send dwarves into there, they would just immediately die. So I dumped a bunch of lava in there to burn it. They can also pick berries and pull tubers that naturally grow in this area, or they can gather fallen fruit. So you can like just make them naturally just go after that stuff, or you can manually designate it by hitting P or a D and then P and then just press enter and do that, and then you can probably brew most of that, these selected items, which is barley. That's brewable. Turnips I think is brewable. Turnip wine I think. I don't know about hide root. Potato can be made into things. Those can be cooked. That quinoa can be brewed. Prickle berries can be brewed. More barley. More prickle berries. Yeah, so there you go. Food doesn't matter. Quality of the meal matters, right? Certain dwarves have specific preferences, but they'll eat or brew anything. There is no advantage to either. They are both just food. Food is food. Hydrate is for hydrate dye. Is it not cookable? I thought that hydrate was cookable. Damn. Okay. Well, I guess not. Well, their bodies aren't immune to lava. Seeds are cookable, but everything else isn't? Okay. So there is things that I've cooked that have that in there, so I'm not going insane. You had me worried that I was going nuts for a minute there. Stone. All right, so child possessed by unknown forces has gathered almond wood, silver bars, strable bone, rough almondines, table cut bone opals, unicorn bone, bull bone, gabbro, granite, and it is stone. Any bets on what you make stone? And because you are in the celebrate zone, I can turn on this and that. And you shouldn't go insane. Nope, Fort isn't dead yet, Chocobo. How is you? Neither are you, apparently, so it's good to see you. This fort? Nah, it's not bad. The only really incomprehensible part is the maze that I made when I was bored. This layer is a bit of a clusterfuck. This layer is a bit of a clusterfuck. I got bored, so I made a labyrinth. And now there's a forgotten beast in it over there on the right. A bunch of Ettins up there that I captured. And I'm still holding out hope that one day they'll make babies. And then there's a Minotaur in a cage over here. It's kind of eternally mad at life. And a dead Cyclops. And somebody's toe. Somebody else's toe. Oh, actually, I think that's one of the Ettin's toes. Ismir? Yeah, it's this Ettin's toe. Yeah. His fourth toe on his right foot is gone. Yeah, so his toe is over there on that pedestal. So, you know. Dwarf Fortress. In the eternal adventure of time, Stone. Just wait until the Steam version comes out, and then you can actually get annoyed by the fact that Urist Mick45 is wearing the wrong color hat, and you can't make him take it off. Someone in the Future of the Fortress posts asked if Tarn was ever going to give us a civilian loadout, like military loadout, and I'm just like, ah! It's funny. That's cute. Stone, the Dwarven child, has created Lissy Dunal, a granite mini-forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Worktict. Been a while since we've had an item dedicated to the legendary Euthris, which means clashed blunts. Like to clash some blunts. This is a granite mini-forge. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with cowbone and encircled with bands of cushioned granite, cabochons, and unicorn bone, and almond wood. This object menaces with spikes of gabbro, cowbone, and bone, opal, and almandine. On the item is an image of dwarves in granite. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, the ignited creation in the early spring of 5. And it's worth 61,200 Zetal. We're going to put it into the mayor's office as an achievement of the fortress, dedicated to one of our ancestors. What are you doing, Dwarf? Trying to get cheese, apparently. It's like a toy oven. Minecraft has spoiled you? Well, don't be spoiled by inferior products. That's your fault. Although, if you want to play dress up with your dwarves, it's best to play dress up with your military and not your civilians. Because there you actually have the control to make them play dress up, whereas with civilians, like, just let them wear what they want to wear. What's wrong with Minecraft? It's boring. Nothing's wrong with Minecraft. Objectively, it's an objectively fine game, and plenty of people really enjoy it. I find it to be very, very, very dull. Absolutely. Push-ups. Like, the history of dyes is a weird, deep rabbit hole. Because you know that, like, if Tarn were to give us more dye, Tarn would also give us the mechanics of creating the dye, which would be complicated. This is one of those, along with the current plant-based one, absolutely. Like, just like what Stone said, it's sort of like the concept of like, oh well, what if we make tanning leather more complicated? It's like, well, then you need to get brain matter to tan leather, or pee. Also, Mark, you want me to tell you something that's shocking? I'm permitted to dislike things that you like, and you're permitted to dislike things that I like. Just don't be a dick about it. I don't particularly like Minecraft because I think it's kind of boring. You don't have to agree with me, but it also doesn't take anything away from your opinion. The problem with mods in Minecraft for me is most of the Minecraft mods are, let's add automation and grinding, and that's not fun to me. Like, you're also talking to somebody who doesn't like Factorio. I don't think Factorio is a bad game. Factorio is a great game. It's just a great game that I have absolutely no interest in playing. And most mods for Minecraft to make Minecraft less boring make it more like Factorio, which is not what I find fun in video games. Well, it is vastly inferior to Dwarf Fortress. Vastly. And the reason I say that is because, okay, well, rewind history, my favorite history lesson. A guy named Zach, okay, of Zectronics, which went on to make very great games like Space Chem, made a game called Infiniminer. Now, Infiniminer was a first-person shooter, okay, PvP combat game where you spend a bit building your map on a... It is a joke. It is a where you land on a generated map, and the generation of that map was inspired by a little game that I'm playing right now called Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so you'd land on a map that was generated, and then you and your team would have, it was like 10 minutes to build a base, and then you'd fight with the enemy team. And it looked a lot like this little indie game called Minecraft ended up looking later, because Infiniminer was an open source project, right? And there was, for a little bit, he tried to fund it with donations, but it fell apart, and he went on to go work on other things, open sourced the project, and made it public and let anybody do what they want with the code. A homophobic asshole named Notch got that code and went, I'll make a game based on another game I'll take this code and make a game that's sort of like other games that I like. One of those other games being Dwarf Fortress, and made his Infiniminer clone Minecraft, which later he won a bunch of awards for and sold to Microsoft for something like $2 billion. Sold the game, and that's why I call it inferior to Dwarf Fortress. Because it wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. And it made a kind of terrible person a lot of fucking money and publicity. So that's why it's inferior. It's fine. Like, Minecraft as a cultural thing is one of the most important games ever made. Like, and I won't, like, dance around that fact. That's a fact. It is one of the most important games ever made. I have no desire to play it. It's still my definition of inferior. It's a significantly less interesting game that replaces interesting, deep mechanics with a monotonous as fuck crafting system. And boring gameplay progression. Then takes out everything that is interesting. So, yeah, that's why I will refer to Minecraft as inferior. Also, then, you know, Battle Royale modes partially came out of Minecraft and Arma mods. So, and Fortnite was originally a Minecraft clone, so Fortnite wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. One of the most popular games. Two of the most popular games in the world wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. Minecraft and Fortnite. Fact. Why would you feel sad for the original version of Fortnite? What you should be sad for is you should be sad for the people who liked the original version of Fortnite. Just the first time I heard of Fortnite was in 2012 out of E3 because Epic Games was prototyping a new first-person shooter project that could be a new Unreal and a Minecraft clone called Fortnite. Was the first time I heard about it. He's homophobic and transphobic. He's yelled about anti-trans things many times on Twitter. So, yes, Notch is a bad person. There's a reason why... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I still had SO typed in my chat, apparently. There we go. So, yes, Notch is a genuine horrible person. You love the automation mods? I don't like automation games fun. Like, I don't particularly like Satisfactory. I don't particularly like Minecraft. Like automation games, I don't particularly like Factorio. I don't find that type of game fun personally. If you enjoy it, more power to you. Enjoy those games. Don't make me play them. But I greatly dislike that style of gameplay. It is not even remotely fun. I look at that and I go, this looks like a job. And then I go play a game that's actually fun to play. You want to know what's weird? In regards to Epic? Is the fact that the guy who was, I can't remember his exact job title, but he was very influential in the creation of Epic Games, the launcher, the store where you can buy games. His name is Sergey, and he is the creator of Steam Spy. So that guy that was trolling all that data and releasing all that data from Steam, it was one of the most influential people in the existence of the Epic Games Launcher. So. Oh yeah. All of that. Speaking. All of that. He's not exactly a good person. Because often when really, really, really wealthy people stone, or often when people who aren't wealthy suddenly become really, really wealthy and then also suddenly have a lot of free time, they have a tendency to go a little bit apeshit. And there's actually like a name for this syndrome, but it's like, it's a combination of isolation, having a large audience, and also having a lot of money and too much free time, where you just fall down weird rabbit holes and become a horrible person. Often people who go in that route weren't that way before that happens. I don't know what that has to do with anything that we're talking about Twitch ups, but... Well, first you have to work really hard and earn it, Chocobo. No one just gives you $2 billion. You have to go take an open source game and make a clone of it that people like playing, and then sell it to Microsoft, and then we'll find out. Yeah, most of the people that I used to call coworkers on Twitch, Cassie. Why do you think I ignore most of Twitch these days? Why do you think I avoid so many Twitch partners? Is because they want to be like XQC. Who's that? No, it's your I don't understand why randomly shouting out other channels in my Twitch chat is relevant to the conversation Twitch ups. It's all good that you have a lot of delay, but please don't do that. I don't generally like appreciate this channel, this username makes this funny thing. That's not helpful or beneficial to conversation. It's just kind of breaking one of my rules, so please don't do that. Well, let me just say this. At the level that I'm at, it's all good, Twitch ups. Don't worry about it. The level that I'm at, I don't know who I can be friends with, because I don't know if people want to be friends with me or if they want to use me as a business connection. Genuinely, I do not know. this happens in real life all the time, and it happens on Twitch. Whenever a person pops into my channel and is talking for a bit, I don't know if they're, like, if assuming they stream, I don't know if they're there because they like my content and want to be friends with me, or if they're just in there and talking because they're hoping I'm going to raid them when I'm done. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. I don't know the name of it, but that might have been what I was thinking of. Icon. I don't know. My brain has, like, so much rattly information in it that I have a tendency to forget the names of things, but remember the syndrome or, like, the causation and not necessarily the name of the actual thing. But that if that fits the definition of what I was thinking, that's probably what I was thinking of then. But, like, there's part of the reason it's part of the reason why it's so difficult for streamers to make friends. And, like, it's even, and, like, this is kind of I used to know this guy who I would hang out with sometimes, who didn't stream. Well, I mean, he did as a hobby for a bit, but never really streamed. And literally, that's fine. I can read through bad spelling. It's just sometimes it hurts my brain a little bit. And generally, he was fine to hang out with. But he had this habit of, like, always having an idea on what he was going to do on Twitch. He always had this idea. He always wanted to run the idea by me. He's like, so what do you think of this idea? I'd be like, yeah, it's a good, and he'd never do it. And all he ever wanted to talk about was his idea on how he was going to get rich on Twitch. And he'd try for like a week sometimes, then he'd give up. And then he'd get frustrated and mad, and then he'd complain about it. Like, it's almost impossible for me these days to actually, like, make new friends because of my job. Because the vast majority of people that I meet, unless I just straight up don't tell them what I do for a living, which is generally what ends up happening, once they figure it out, that's all that they want to talk about. The only friends that I still have are people that I met before I got into this industry. It's quite literally the only friends I have left. Because they actually treat me like a person instead of like a weird pseudo-internet celebrity. Even though I'm not particularly famous. You wouldn't want to chat about my job? You say that. It's not what the statistics show. But I play video games as my job. Talkable. My favorite person to hang out with who's a streamer, his name's Ponce, because the last thing he ever wants to talk about is work. Anything but work. Let's talk about anything else. And then we talk about work for 3 minutes so that we can write the whiskey that we just drank off as a tax deduction. It's like, you know, you got to talk about work for 5 minutes, get the work meeting out of the way, exchange some contacts, and then just write it off. You know, it's that $40 whiskey bill is definitely a work meeting. Definitely. For 2 glasses of whiskey. It's a job like anything else. I love what I do and I wouldn't change it for anything. But every single step that the platforms that I use take towards protecting the creators is absolutely a positive thing. Because, not to say that we need it, but any popularity-based industry, music, acting, streaming, content creation, is difficult. Doesn't matter how much fun or how good it can be. It's gonna be difficult. How can one death be so long? Well, I mean, you're still here, aren't you? I mean, that's how. How you doing today? It's good to see you. All I need to do is be friends with or find old people. So I mean, I used to talk to seniors at a bar that I used to go to, but that bar closed down and then reopened, and now no seniors go to it anymore. Mostly because of the pandemic. Well, it closed because of the pandemic. I used to go to this one bar and just talk to seniors who would sit at the bar, all these older men. It's fun to talk to them. I have a solution to never winning the lottery. Never buy a lottery ticket. And then you'll never win the lottery. No, I hate the term. It's like, it's the same reason I hate the term influencer, right? I like to think of myself, and this is how I think of myself in a way that makes me feel good about what I do. I am a creator on the internet, okay? Who creates entertainment for people who want to watch it. Or if you want to like be a bit more specific, you could say that I work in media and I produce media. If you want to be even more specific, you could say that I am a journalist to a degree. But influencer is a corporate term that was coined, I think, actually by an exec at Warner Brothers when referring to people who promote games and films for them. Influencers are unpaid people who promote things for corporations, right? I'm a player? Please don't call me a player. Because a player is a man who treats women poorly. Please don't call me a player. You could call me a creator. That I'm totally fine with. I'm totally fine with being called a creator. Because that's like... Thought that was playa. Player, playa, same thing. Alpha male bullshit. But, like, you could call me... I think, for me personally, like, the best thing to call somebody like me is somebody who just works in media creation. I work in media creation and media production. I produce media. That's what I do. Is influencer a sellout? No. An influencer is a corporate way of referring to people like me that some people embrace for some stupid fucking reason. Like, I hate thinking of myself as an influencer. When I think of myself as if I start thinking about myself as an influencer, it makes me want to stop doing what I do. Well, I mean, a player is like, if you say the word player, that would be like, if I say that this person I know, Steve, is a player, it's basically like calling him a playboy or like calling him a pickup artist or something. That's what that term is. I mean, that's a dumb term, but yeah, Chocobo. I mean, good. I've influenced you into playing a cool game that not enough people appreciate for what it is. And I think that's a cool thing. You know, honestly, like, here's the thing, right? You can be the term influencer is basically just a person who sells things for corporations without getting paid, basically. Or someone who gets paid to help sell things for corporations. That is an influencer, right? But you can be a positive influence on somebody without being an influencer, right? Like, I like to think that generally, even if you disagree with me, right? And I think that people are allowed to disagree with me. That's not something I require of people who watch my stream. I don't require that you agree with me. But what I do believe is, even if you disagree with me, I like to think that you can be influenced positively by me. I'm not here to sell you shit, unless I'm being paid to play a game, which is pretty rare. A couple times a year I'll do that. But the vast majority of the time, it's pretty safe to assume I either paid for the game with my own money, or I got a review key at most. And I'm not really there to sell you the thing. I'm just here to create entertainment with video games. No, I get that. That's how I, Dad Cather, that's exactly how I feel when I play Factorio. You just described the way I play, the way I feel when I have to play Factorio, or even looking at Factorio. That is the exact way I feel. It's like, none of this shit's worth it. But, there's lots of people that disagree with me on that, right? And if Dwarf Fortress doesn't exactly work for you, don't play it. That's totally fine. See, I'm a minimum viable product person, not an optimize all products, right? So I see a fucked up spaghetti mess and I go, fuck it, it works. It's slow, but it works, and I'll never fix it. And I don't want to fix it. I'll absolutely spend hours optimizing my audio setup in my apartment's living room. See, an influencer is somebody who will willingly and openly sell a shitty product to somebody for money. That's my opinion what an influencer is. So I don't know. Some people who do this for a living, especially people who've started doing it more recently, are okay with being called influencers, but I hate it. That literally is the what I would consider to be a possible definition for the term, Cassie. Behavior modifier, yeah. I mean, I will try and convince you to subscribe to my stream, which I seem to have done, Cassie, so. But that gets you ad-free viewing so that you get convinced to buy even less things. I'm one of your favorite influencers? Aw, thanks, man. But yeah, no, when I call myself an influencer or a content creator, I generally say it ironically. It's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm the best influencer. Influence this, motherfucker! Like, I've influenced a lot of people to get into collecting records and tapes because I'm a bad person. But that's just me being passionate about a hobby that I have, okay? And it's fun repairing cassette decks. Ah! I mean, streamers promote stuff they'd never use in real life, like G Fuel. I know a streamer who has been sponsored by G Fuel for like 5 years, and he told me once at a meetup that he's never actually had G Fuel, which I think is hilarious. He gets the little packets from them once a month, and he throws them out, and he fills his G Fuel container up with water or coffee and sits down in front of his stream and streams. Talks about how much he loves new flavors and is never actually drinking them. Fact. He smells the powder and goes, okay, I can approximate that awfulness. So, I know streamers who promote things they never actually would use. Nice way to avoid kidney failures. Yeah. G Fuel is just like a mild energy drink. That's all it really. It's fine after a workout. Like, if you're going to the gym frequently, some G Fuel's fine. Felt love when talking with your mother. Who's your mother? Blue Water. Oh, how old are you, Massive? 86 years old? How old's your mom? Because Blue Water's still having kids. 147. Damn! Time's wild in this game. I mean, that's just people being scared of people on Tinder. But generally what happens to me on Tinder isn't that people want to steal my kidneys, unfortunately. Generally what happens to me on Tinder is, oh, wait, you don't drive? Unmatch. Although I gotta, oh no, you smoke weed? Unmatch. It's like I literally have I smoke weed in my profile. Bitch, read the fucking profile. 3 years from old age? Yeah! Sorry, it's just crazy to me that dwarf it has a kid who's 80 years old. We live somewhere which has incredible public transit, too. Or I live somewhere that has incredible public transit. I don't know about you. Depends on how much of a small town person they are. The area I grew up in, the nearest store was a 30-minute drive away. Here, I walk for 6 minutes and I'm in my grocery store. So it's a 6-minute walk from here to my grocery store. And the train, which can take me almost anywhere in the greater Vancouver area, is an 8-minute walk away. And there are buses and public transit things everywhere. So. Hell yeah, Twitch ups. I'm glad somebody has a happy story out of that shit. I mean, I'm a bit underweight on a good day, that Calither. So I have the opposite problem. Is like people are like, I'm looking for a gym buddy. It's like, yeah, you wouldn't go to the gym with me. Well, I'm in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada, so we have extremely good public transit here. It's funny because everybody bitches about public transit here, but like our public transit's incredible. Our public transit is so good that Uber and Lyft have been having a hard time making enough money to justify keeping their services active here because our public transit is so good. So, I tried to explain that to my dad recently, and he refused to believe me. Like, that's like one of the, Cassie, that is one of the few things that my dad refuses to believe me on, that car manufacturers had, like, impact on how cities were designed. He refuses to believe that. Which I think is wild. The older you get, the more relaxed people are about looks. I haven't gotten to that point yet, and I'm 27, so. There's a lot of really interesting like essays on the internet about like city design, mall design, and using road design and parking lot design as a way to push out pedestrians and people who walk places. No, I know. Oh, I know, Mark. Oh, I know. But then again, my dad also had like this like fucking cataclysmic realization that D&D isn't an addictive nightmare that kills people, which is like 80s propaganda that we had. And he had that realization while reading Tart Adams' book, which I lent to him, which I think is kind of incredible. Literally kill all of the roads. It's difficult to kill a road because a road is not a living creature. You could, however, damage a road. I don't play D&D, no. I actually very much dislike D&D. But I've been trying to argue with my dad for years that D&D doesn't make you into a, like, self-absorbed psychotic person who wants to kill people. And an obsessive person that makes you forget your own personality, which is what the anti-comic book, movie, and D&D propaganda in North America did in, or was stating in the 80s, and it just kind of stuck in my dad's brain and never went away. Oh, I'm well aware. I'm not talking, when I say D&D, I mean, like, tabletop RPGs in general. I'm using it as a generic term, which is my bad. I shouldn't do that, but I'm talking about tabletop in general. In the 80s, the specific propaganda was against D&D, though. Just go look up Satanic Panic and, like, anti-D&D propaganda in the 80s. Do your own research. Because it's a thing. But why do people always ask me this, Athros? I'm talking about tabletop RPGs, not specifically D&D. I don't give a shit. I don't like tabletop I don't like tabletop RPGs. I don't like games that require other people, generally. I've played many campaigns in the past throughout high school with various people in various friend groups. I played with my ex with a number of her groups. I've played one-shots at conventions. I don't... They are hilarious in context. I don't like tabletop RPG. I do not. I'd be super down to produce a D&D show one day. I think that would be a lot of fun. From the production end of it, I think that would be a lot of fun, especially a live stream show. But that's rare. Mostly people act offended like I'm attacking their family when I say that I don't like tabletop RPGs, Athros. So. What year did you go to school? Party? If I can ask. If I can't, if you don't want to share that, you don't have to. But what year did you go to that school? Don't mind me asking. because most of that shit was done and dusted and gone and out of like circulation by 1995, right? Like that was like 15 years, like it was done basically 15 years before. So like you were going to school. So yeah, that makes sense. Cute Japanese college age girls playing Call of Cthulhu. I just part of the reason I like Dwarf Fortress is it covers all of the basis of tabletop RPGs without me having to associate with other people. And it's not even that I'm antisocial. I like being social. I just find tabletop games to be so fucking. We'll see you when we see you, Mark. Mm-hmm. Switch ups. That is true. Or I could not. Recording. My big issue with D&D is, and tabletop RPGs in general, I've played D&D, Pathfinder, Dungeon World, and one other homebrew, which I'm not sure what it was. Turns take too long. It's always boring as shit, waiting for people to finish their fucking turns. D&D's dice-based system is a mind-numbingly dull system, and I get all of the same fun out of just playing a roguelike without having to, like I like having friends, and I like knowing people. I like hanging out with people. D&D has made me enemies with people. Like, I feel like I just don't have the personality to play D&D in a way that is fun for me and for other people with me. Like, I bring the whole group down. Like, the problem is me. It's not tabletop RPGs. The problem is me. So, it's like, I get it. Tabletop RPGs are really fun if you have the right personality. I do not have the right personality. I mean, that's how I describe Dwarf Fortress all the time, Cassie. But NetHack could also be described as that. Depends on whether or not your campaign is like a big open world thing with cities and stuff, or more of a dungeon delvey type deal. You would get sexually harassed? What? Why? You do a dungeon or something, an MMO, 30 mins tops. You do a dungeon and tabletop. It's like 16 hours and 4 sessions. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Is the slowdown is people. That's the slowdown is people. Golly golly, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. What were you playing? I can ask. Probably totally butchered your name. Oh, you're playing dwarfs. Getcha. Well, I hope you had a good dwarf stream. All right, fair enough. That shouldn't lead to you getting harassed. But I could see how it would. That's very group dependent. Fair enough. I don't know. Can use detect magic, plus lock spells everywhere. To find and open secret doors like a true munchkin, of course. I mean, of course. See, here's the thing, right? I like board games. A lot. I do like sitting down and playing a board game, a good board game. Don't like playing tabletop RPGs. So I don't know. But then again, I also don't really like super long-winded board games. Like you're never gonna catch me dead playing fucking Twilight Struggle. Or even Gloomhaven for that matter. But you wanna play some like Wingspan? Fuck yeah. Wanna play some Carcassonne? I'm down. Wanna play Settlers of Catan? Fuck yeah, let's do that. That sounds great. I mean, I streamed, well, every other week, me and my stream team play games together, and we often play digital board games because I'm in Canada and my teammates are in the 3 different parts of the U.S. Finland, we have a Dane, we have an Austrian, we have one of us is from the UK, and I'm trying to think if I missed anybody. Yeah, anyway, we're all over the planet, so it's hard for us to actually play games together. We've streamed Wingspan, we've played Uno, which kind of shitty game, but still fun. We've played various different things in Tabletop Simulator. We've played various other games as well. So. I'm like having a brain fart now of the games that we've played, but we've played quite a few different things in Tabletop Simulator over the years. I actually don't like playing Munchkin. In particular, it's not I don't think it's a particularly fun board game to play. It's all right if you're drinking, but I would rather play the RPGs for Shadowrun than ever play the tabletop game. Like I'd rather play Shadowrun Hong Kong than any of the tabletop games, or Shadowrun Returns, or any of those games. Any one of them. Who had a young mermaid girl be infatuated with a character, like emphasizing they were in lolly and shit. It really wasn't. It was creepy. Yeah, I could see that. Being annoying as shit. That was why I immediately decided that I never wanted to play the Mech Warrior tabletop game ever again after messing around with it for 30 minutes. Athros, you want to track every bullet? Oh my god. Math! It's like, you have to roll, it's like when you read the rules and it's like, roll 21 d6s. One of the d6s has to be bigger, which is the overall accuracy. The other 20 are for each individual missile. Then you have to roll dice to figure out which body part each individual missile hits. Mech Warrior. I love the Mech Warrior games, but fuck that tabletop game. I have a friend who loves the game Battletech and has a full tackle box glued shut with 48 slots each. Yep, containing OD6. Yep. 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 That's definitely that. Don Caribou has been possessed. Going to go make an artifact. It's time to release the dwarves from the locked zones until the artifact is done. No, I know Stars Without Number, yeah. I'm familiar with it. You see, I play games to have fun, not do math. Some people think math is fun. I don't. which is usually what ends up happening. But then people believe that it's less fun. Or some people believe it's less fun. There's a mathematician who watches this stream, and yes, can confirm they like maths. See, I like Dwarf Fortress because it's more of a narrative game. I mean, just remember, there was a miniatures game that was made by Harebrained Schemes. Golem Tech? Tech Golem? It was something Golem. Anyway, it was a miniatures game akin to like the Games Workshop stuff that every single one of the minis had RFID in the bottom. And you could just place it on your iPad and it would give you all the stats, and you could tap it on the iPad to do rolls, and you would like point the iPad at the play field so that the iPad knew where everything was, and it would do all of the math for you. Yeah, it was a commercial failure. Nobody wanted it. Partially because the minis weren't that good, but also because people who played a lot of Warhammer said that the game just wasn't any fun because there was no dice involved. Like iPad amiibos? Yeah, but they predated iPad amiibos by a while. Hold on, let me see if I can find the Kickstarter video. Golem Arcana, that was the name of it. See if I can find the Kickstarter. This thing, Golem Arcana. That's what it looked like. But yeah, that all of the board tiles had RFID. You had this weird pointer that had like RFID technology, and it would all scan into your iPad. Yeah, it was a weird thing. $80 dices for attack. I don't see so many dices. Yeah, exactly. But like this is how the game played. So it just ended up being a very basic like tactics game because there's no dice involved. Just kind of clunky. Yeah, no, it wasn't very good. But like that's what happens when you remove the dice from a tabletop game. Even like if it makes it better in theory. But also like keep in mind, when was that Kickstarter? Like the tech was like maybe not quite there yet. So maybe it was ahead of its time. Yeah, the last update was in 2015. What was the promised delivery date was July 2014. Was the delivery date was July 2014. When did the campaign end? The campaign this was 2012 that this was kickstarted. And they estimated that it would be ready to go summer 2014. So, yeah, the tech probably wasn't there yet. But still, like, it's... Yeah, I don't know. How was your stream, Holly Galley, if I can ask? And thanks for the raider there. I'm probably totally butchering your name, and I apologize. Oh, in the video, Athros? Yeah. I met him at MechCon, actually. Because I went to the Mech Warrior convention in Vancouver for Mech Warrior Online. Because I wanted to play Mech Warrior 5 Mercs early. And they gave me a free pass. Never do what you want them to do. That's the beauty of dwarves, though. Gotta love them for their imperfections. And I think it's spring. I mean, you can just play Mech Tech. Mech Tech is just BattleTech, but open source and free. So if you want to play BattleTech digitally, you just use Mech Tech, which I've actually used a couple of times, which is oddly enough a lot more pleasant and fun than BattleTech. Because like you don't have to have a billion fucking dice and a calculator to play the game. To basically a board game if you want, which is why people were so mad about it. Mechanics and leave me out of on the tabletop RPG signs, but were key parts of the creativity. I genuinely believe that Harebrained Schemes is one of my favorite studios in current game development. Like actual studios. Like I know that they're owned by Paradox now, but I will always listen to whatever Harebrained Schemes is working on. Don Caribou has begun a mysterious construction. Stone, are you here? Heads up. We got the humans. It's springtime and they've arrived with stuffs. It looks like a trap component, actually. But yeah, no, I genuinely believe that Harebrained Schemes is one of the most interesting developers. Like, I wouldn't say I like most of their games even, but I will pay attention to anything that they make. It doesn't matter what it is, I will pay attention to it. Because, being blunt, even BattleTech, which was a very imperfect game, like, I put 110 hours into that game, and I own all of the DLC for it, and I played through the entirety of the basic campaign, and I did a couple hardcore campaigns after that. Plus, I went back and played every single one of their DLC contents, and I'm very far from completing that game, but I do really enjoy that game. It is genuinely a very, very, very fun game. Even though it's got a ton of problems. I'm going to assume that Stone is currently AFK and take a screenshot of this. Oh, never mind. Stone is here. You can just have it. But, yeah, no, I like... It's funny because like everybody remembers all of the good games that Harebrained Schemes makes, right? Like like BattleTech, for example. It's like BattleTech is known as a good game now, but like when that game first came out, it didn't exactly have the most positive response, right? Because like it was just like on a shoestring budget. But like, who remembers Necropolis? You know, like everybody remembers the Shadowrun games because those games were good, and I own 2 of those soundtracks on physical. But like, who remembers Necropolis? Anybody? No? Exactly. Yeah, they made Necropolis. Harebrained Schemes made Necropolis. They made this game. It's a weird... But again, like, I would also argue Necropolis is not a very good game, okay? Not very good game. But it's an interesting game. And it was unique, at least in 2016. Exactly. Like, it doesn't carry its own weight after the first few hours. This tab open behind the current window of your current... Really, Stone? Not bad, not great. Exactly, Stone. Stone. Exactly. Not bad, not great. Not terrible, not flawless. Also, chat, I just want to say, like, because I haven't said this enough today, just thank you to those of you who watch the stream and talk to me. Because my stream kind of lives and dies based on how many people are babbling in my chat. And how active the chat is. And concurrent views over the past, let's just say, since August, have been horrible. Way less people have been watching the stream than normal. I've had significantly less followers and less new people have been coming in, and it's been really hard for me to promote and grow the stream, but I'm just happy that people still watch. Thank you. A Zug! The Dwarven... Don Caribou, the Dwarven child, has created Kini Migom, a pecan wood Zagzug. Zagug. Zagug? Zagug. It's an instrument. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Ushrir Washtowns. And Hot Wheels. Right. It's worth 51,600. A zagzug is a large stationary silk-stringed instrument with a glass body. The instrument rests flat and the musician strikes the 54 strings with wooden hammers. The musician can alter the pitch of the string by stopping it against the body. Tuning is possible with adjustable bridges. The instrument has a 4.5 octave range, going from extremely low to mid-high pitch at all pitches. From extremely low to extremely high at all pitches. The instrument has a smooth evolving timbre and has 3 registers. The low register is full of a strained fluid timbre. The middle register begins at low pitch and has a noisy rich timbre, and the high register begins at a medium low pitch and has a strong liquid timbre. This is a pecan wood zagug. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round bone cabochons, opal cabochons, and decorated with point cut green glass, and menaces with spikes of hemp and bone opal. And is encircled with bands of pecan wood and emerald-cut bone opals. This object menaces with spikes of hemp and bone opal. On the item is an image of a white mullet plant in hemp. On the item is an image of a maize plant in silty clay. I like the looks of High Fleet. Yeah, I've heard good / mixed things about High Fleet too. And I also like the looks of High Fleet. I don't know if I'll ever actually play it though. I feel like I would enjoy High Fleet for the same reason that I enjoy Brigador. Just really good aesthetics and big explosions. Not 1,000% an incredible game, but there's plenty of things wrong with Brigador that I have no issues with completely ignoring because I like the game for what it is so much. If you like lore in games, you would... I listened to a 45-minute discussion on the lore and world building in that game by the Waypoint Vice guys on their podcast. So, maximum visual clutter of the game. Yeah, I know. Which is probably why I'll never play it. But the music and sound design in that game is flawless. It's one of those, like, artistic nightmares that I'm happy got made. Even though I'll probably never play it. Waypoint, yep. Hold on a second. Just for all of you podcast nerds out there, this is the list of podcasts that I listen to every single episode of. Ascension Run, Chilluminati, Completely Unnecessary Podcast, Cox and Crendor, Dad and Sons, Dwarf Fortress Roundtable, Dwarf Fortress Talk, Extra Napkins, Giant Bombcast, Nextlander, Roguelike Radio, rest in peace, Shift F1, Waypoint Radio, and We Have Concerns. Donkey's probably died of old age, would be my guess. You have a good one, Animal. Sleep well. Well, not oh no. Roguelike Radio still exists, but the problem is like the guy who runs it had kids and is now surprisingly busy due to raising a child. So, damn kids ruining my fun again. Bah. That's good. It'll come back when he has time again. But that's why I listen to Ascension Run. Ascension Run to me is my replacement for that. Although he hasn't uploaded an episode since September, so hopefully don't rip Ascension Run. But I don't know if this is going to make stuff play suddenly. Don't want it to. There we go. Okay. And the elves have arrived to trade once again. I actually often go back and listen to old episodes of Roguelike Radio, which is why I still have it in my phone, even though they haven't updated since like mid-2020. And they've only put up like 3 episodes in the last 3 years. But I go back and listen to old episodes of Roguelike Radio on a pretty frequent basis. Like, I think I've listened to the kitchen sink episode like 8 or 9 times now. For the same reason I've read Tarn Adams' book twice. I find that shit fascinating. It's ED. It's the elves, yes. They also say, "A," E-Y. "A." I mean more like E. I don't know, this is kind of a tease, but I do have a podcast that you should listen to with me and Rhinestone called Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs. You should listen to our podcast. I'm just saying. But if that's not really your thing, there is a somewhat like good chance that there will be other podcasts that I'm in. Sure. Somewhat good chance. Those bikes? What do you mean bikes? No, these are elves. What is what bikes? Not just ew? Or it's we backwards. Oh, those? No, those are not bikes. These are ballista arrows that I've been trying to sell. Bikes, that's a new one. Yeah, you mean like speeder bikes? I mean, they kind of look like speeder bikes. I mean, you could probably just make horses into speeder bikes. I mean, doesn't like, but then they'd be sentient and they'd need to eat. Doesn't, the Long Night have mountable, like, speeder bike vehicles? I'm pretty sure that mod does. I don't know, I don't mod DF, so I wouldn't be the person to ask. But, like, the Star Wars Overhaul mod has, like, shit tons of droids and stuff. So I don't know how hard it would be, but possible? You have to spell tickets correctly, otherwise you'll have a hard time, Jimmy. Alright, let's... Got a wolf, dingo, horse. No fun animals. And small animals. Time to buy their walnuts and almonds. And any plums and apricots that they brought, which don't grow here. Although I think the plums do, but apricots don't. We are currently at year 320, wait, no, 331. 331 years before it's been running. which is why it's really large. And that's why this is the 161st stream I've done of this fort. Yep. Nice small numbers of dead, although most of that is cattle and unicorn. Early spring. 336. Did we ever find the dead donkey? I don't actually know where the donkey could be. Found the donkey. Was that a named donkey? Doesn't look like it. I thought that donkey's was somebody. I thought that donkey was somebody's pet, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, I estimate we'll have like 30,000 dead by the time the fort's done. That's because you don't know how to manage your frames then. Most FPS problems are player caused. Like almost every time I have frame rate issues, I fiddle around with it for 10 minutes and then I figure out what the issue is and I fix the issue and the frames come back. Yay, we found the donkey. The vast majority of frame rate deaths are caused by the player. Excuse me. Speaking of watching all of Longdeath, Jimmy, what episode are you on these days, if I can ask? Unless you're completely caught up. Because there's actually quite a few people that are slowly watching through Longdeath. Which I actually think is crazy. You're on episode 90. Man, you're catching up. You're catching up. I have a random question. Do you have any favorite happenings in Longdeath over all of the years that you've watched? All of the years that you've watched. Yeah, well, currently we're at 29 dwarves. So when I started the mandatory partying, we were at 22. So we're going up, but I need to get the population back up to 35 before I can start doing any major projects again. Also, if anybody didn't know this yet, I kind of have announced this, soft announced this. I haven't told the YouTube channel yet, though, so you guys are, I guess, the first to find this out. But I will be having Tarn on the stream again, possibly next week. But if you'd like to submit a question to ask Tarn Adams, submit it. You could get it in now, get it in early, get it ready to go. Because that form will be given to the YouTube's couple of days before the actual announcement will go in, which means I will go from having like no questions to having like a couple hundred in about 30 minutes. So that's going to happen again. So if you want to hang out and watch another interview with Tarn, that'll possibly be happening next week. If it doesn't happen next week, it'll probably be like 2 weeks. But we usually try and do them after News Day. So let's see if he got back to me again yet, actually. We were talking back and forth last night about a possible time that would work. But I can't actually confirm anything until I his confirmation. Not yet. Oopsies. I accidentally just opened up. Wait, hold on a second. Why does that capture? What? Why does the Epic Games Store capture the screen? Does OBS think that the Epic Games Store is Dwarf Fortress? That's concerning. I need to figure out why that's captured. There's probably like some rogue thing in here turned on that I'm unaware of. Oh, whatever. I'll worry about that later. All right, chat. It is 2:41 p.m., meaning I've been streaming for 5 hours and 45 minutes-ish, 43 minutes. I'm going to take a toilet break, stretch my legs, stretch my arms, and get myself some lunch. So I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. If you've been hanging out for a little bit, maybe it's time to go get a glass of water or a cup of coffee or something. Hopefully when I come back, there's another baby on the screen. We're going to leave the dwarves locked up in the taverns. Moods have been at a high in the past very long time, which is good. And if you are supporting the channel on Patreon and have access, tea time, and you have access to the sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. If you don't, that's also fine. But if I could get a big round of beers, that'd be fantastic. Just type in the word beer or the beers emoji or beer emote or HS cheers or find all the different languages that the beer thing works and makes the bot post beer. Entertain yourselves. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out, guys, and thanks to everybody who supports the stream. I didn't just like miss a mandate, did I? Yes, I did. Whoops. Oh well. Anyway, looks like Jack Nurk's going to prison. Anyway, I will see you guys in a couple of minutes. Sandwich has been et. But yeah, just got to punch some things in and then we can get back to streaming. All right. Man, tough crowd today. Yeah, there you go. Chaining up Jack Nurick, which is unfortunate. But, I mean, happens sometimes. 57 days, though. I seem to remember Jack Nurick liked being in prison. Also is resisting arrest, apparently. Which I think is very funny. And then the captain of the guard got distracted by performing a dance instead of arresting Jack Nurick. That's amusing. So, okay. That is indeed amusing. So chat, I kind of have a rough decision to make today. Doing good work, and I'm enjoying Longdeath today, especially watching this dwarf run away from this. Hey, Zychrom, what were you playing today? Oh, you put your stream on. I didn't see what you were doing, though. Thanks for the raid, man. And welcome, raiders. Chat, can I get some beers for the raiders? Please and thank you. It's kind of a rough stats day today, Zychrom, so it's kind of quiet in here. Your sound broke, so you can't hear me? It's a good thing you didn't hear me. I'm just a flurry of nice things to listen to. Streamer muted, so does that mean I can say that you're silly? You have a good night, Zychrom. Waving, I don't know if he watched. But anyway, chat, today's kind of a rough stats day. So I have like to figure out what to do with this evening. The problem is I know I'm going to lose a lot of viewers when I change games, because I always do. But I don't know what to do today, chat. I really don't. I love that that dwarf is legit just running away from the cop. It's so funny. Let's see if they can successfully put you into prison. So I don't know what to do, chat. I was planning on doing a bunch of Caves of Cud, but I know that when I stream Caves of Cud, chat gets quiet, and people tune out. It's always been that way. I know that there's going to be one person who's going to be like, but I love Caves of Cud, and I know. But I don't know what to do this evening. Like, for ages, I had this personal rule where if I went below 50 viewers, it was just time to end the stream, because it's a low enough view count that there's going to be no new people coming into the stream, basically. I don't know what to do today, chat. There is part of me that is tempted to just kind of end the stream in an hour. So I don't know what to do. Don't. But late spring, 33.6 is the year, 29 dwarves. Wanted 30. I want 30 today. Which means we need one more dwarf. Waiting for this dwarf to get put in prison. Once you're done being put in prison successfully, then I can put us back. Actually, hold on. No, we gotta do this first. 2 breastplates. I missed the last one. There you go. This dwarf likes being in prison, so it's actually fine. Actually fine putting Jack Nurik in prison. Only he could just do all the prison sentences for everybody. Be a very happy dwarf. It's good having dwarves that like being in prison. So chat, what do we want to do? What do we want to do this evening? We are super lurking now that I went and got food. Because at this point, the quieter the chat is, the more likely I'm just gonna quietly end stream. So if you guys just want stream to just quietly end early, we're definitely headed down that road, which is not what I wanted to do today. Might have to. Alright, you are indeed very happy about being in prison, which is good. Which is good. I mean, it's not my fault that Twitch decided to, you know, kneecap all of my discoverability as a channel, and there are times of day where people just go to bed. I mean, wave depletion. Since I went on break, 3 people have spoken. One of them was because I asked for a beer, and then the other one was Zycrom to tell me that he couldn't hear me. So, you're in prison, Jack Nurik, and you love it. We are definitely on the road to recovery. This is currently the status quo. You just got put in prison, which is why I said that, but you got put in prison because I missed stay mandate, and you are asleep, and you are repentant. You are embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room, but you like your splendid statue, you love your fine statue, you love your wonderful table, and you love your wonderful seat, and you love your fine bed. What happened to my population that I need to recover it? I haven't had a migrant wave since year 128. Yeah, no tantrum. I just missed the thing. Long-term forts have odd problems that you have to deal with. One of those is a memory issue where you stop getting migrants, which happened after the fortress was 128 years old. So I basically have to lock the dwarves in the tavern for 10 years at a time so that I get a bunch of babies, so that we still have population to keep the fort going on. Otherwise, the fort will not continue. So that's what happened to the population. It depends on how much they like being near a fine table. Depends on the dwarf, right? You lock a dwarf in a room with a fine table, some dwarves will be super happy about it, some dwarves will get pissed and go insane in a couple of days. It depends on the dwarf. Hey, Diamond. I'm just going to start saying hey, Diamond, when Gremlin from Air pops into my chat. There we go. Breastplates are completed, mandates are completed. I can put the dwarves back in the tavern. Yeah, this dwarf's getting nothing but positive thoughts being in prison. He doesn't know what he did, but he still is apologizing for it. You were indeed a goblin mayor once. You were a good mayor. Great mayor, I could even say. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a legendary cheesemaker, but yes. In fact, a legendary cheesemaker is pretty good. Who doesn't want some legendary, like, kangaroo cheese? I'd love some legendary kangaroo cheese, some masterwork quality cheese. That sounds lovely. It's not every day that you get masterwork quality cheese. What's wrong with the Goblin King? That sucks. What did the Goblin King do to deserve getting killed by getting chained in the caves? What? Sounds like you're real bad at killing somebody. At that moment you thought he was an enemy? Oh. Oh wait, was he just visiting? Must have been a friendly visitor, poor guy. Because it would have popped up in this screen under friendly/visitor. Unless they were an invader, in which case then they would show up there underneath. Or other forts that a guy could focus on cheese making? I always wonder how poorly you manage your forts that you can't have a guy focused on cheese making. You can't have artifact food stuff, so no. You can make masterwork quality foodstuffs, which I do frequently, but there is no artifact foods in Dwarf Fort. How's things, Clino? I don't think I've told you this yet, Clino, but odds are pretty good we're going to have Tarn on the stream in sometime next week. Probably on Newsday. Potentially on Newsday? Need to confirm. Not confirmed yet. Trying to confirm. Basically, I'm waiting for him to respond to my email. Yeah, see, I never encrust things with gems. Like, ever. So, or wood or metal, for that matter. Like, I have, I just kind of don't. For me, I think foodstuffs is a much more interesting industry. Generally, if I have things in my fort that are encrusted with stuff, it's because the humans sold it to me or the dwarves sold it to me. Well, I mean, serves you right for trying to hurt a poor goblin king. That's fair, Agris. But how's things, Clino? What you been up to? What brings you around these parts on this fine day? That is classic, yeah. It is indeed classic. It's like I had a vampire mayor once who, instead of locking up, I decided to just make into a squad of one. Made him train in a room by himself for like a year, and then just started sending him out and made him attack the baddies, basically, right? Just made him attack like random goblin camps and shit. And he was like single-handedly taking over goblin camps by himself, this like incredibly talented vampire mayor. The funny thing was, after I had them doing this for a while, he came back once right as an incredibly strong Forgotten Beast killed almost every single one of my military dwarves, right? So my main military was fighting with the Forgotten Beast in the basement. And this mayor comes back and barrels into the fight, kills the Forgotten Beast instantly with its weapon, right? Killed the Forgotten Beast, and then died to the inhalation from the poison. So just like bled out from every hole because it had deadly dust, right? And most of my dwarves were just dying from bleeding from the deadly dust. So literally this vampire comes back after taking over multiple goblin encampments, charges in with his like very good quality steel sword and fully decked out in armor, stabs his Forgotten Beast in the head, gets covered in dust, and dies. So it's great. I made a video about it, actually. There's a Today Indoor Fortress about it. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's the I don't know. I made a bunch of those, and I can't remember the names of any of them. But yeah, it's one of my Today in DFs about it. You had a vampire medic? That's distressing. I wouldn't want to be medicked by that vampire. Oh no, another person ended up dead. Where did their blood go? Weird. 18 notable kills. Welcome back, Stone. Terrible survivability ratio. Yep. That would happen. It's like having a cannibal who likes to eat hearts as your heart surgeon. Cuts out heart, eats heart. Where'd the heart go? Weird. Must have misplaced it. You once had a Forgotten Beast that propelled itself into a wall with its dust and died. I had a Forgotten Beast fall out of a tree and die on the way to the military. It was an insect Forgotten Beast. I can't remember what it was. I just remember it was a capital I. And it literally like walked across the top of Tower Cap, got the little like light blue background indicating it was jumping, jumped down to the ground, and it literally was like its leg collided with the granite, which was the rock on the ground, and exploded on impact. It was just like exploded on impact, exploded on impact, exploded on impact. Its head explodes on impact. Its body explodes on impact. It literally just like jumped out of a tree and just went splat and died in front of my military. Very funny. How you doing today, Audio? Those things, man. Hope you as well. I hope you is well. Meh. I feel that. You saw 2 cats? Wonderful. I've been getting to sleep earlier than normal, and the result is I've been sleeping more than normal, which is good. But I've also been way groggier, and it's taken me way longer to wake up in the morning, which is not what I would describe as optimal. How many livestock do we have? 58. But yeah, I've been kind of distracted the last few days for various reasons. When they're made from weak materials. One of the funniest Forgotten Beasts I ever had was a Forgotten Beast that showed up very, very early in a Fort Kagras. This was a fortress that there's actually VODs of on my YouTube channel, which you could go looking for if you wanted to, which was called the what do you call it? Which was the Blockade of Fools, I think was the name of it. Anyway, there was a Forgotten Beast that showed up right at the beginning of that fort. The humans have arrived to trade. And this Forgotten Beast was a ball of snow, a flying ball of snow. It had wings, and that was it. Right? It was a squirms and fidgets type. And it would just like, it basically just floated into my fortress, and I was like, well, that's not threatening. So I told my 2 military dwarves that I had at the time to go fight it. And it just flaps all the way. And this fortress, by the way, was in a cavern. It was a cavern fortress. And just outside of the fortress itself, there was like a big plateau area that was pretty open. It was just blank rock. And then there was a sheer drop-off down to the next cavern layer, so cavern layer 2. It was like 50 Z levels, okay? Now there's a dwarf, and he's sleeping on the edge of that precipice, right? So there's like Star Wars level endless fall into nothing, right? There was a dwarf sleeping there. It was I want to say it was a miner or a mason, because I remember him being white. So he was just sitting there sleeping on the very edge of that precipice. And the combat log was as follows. Forgotten Beast flew straight up to this dwarf who was sleeping on the edge of the precipice. And the combat log literally was, the Forgotten Beast pushes the dwarf miner in the left arm. But the attack was deflected by a pigtail cloak. Rinse, repeat, like a billion times. So it's literally just sitting there flapping and like pushing against it with its head, desperately trying to push him off the edge, And then a random ass miner who wasn't even part of my military walked back and went bop, and it struck it with its pick and struck it in the body with his pick, and it exploded. Didn't even find the body. It just went pop. It was so funny. Just evil snowballs trying to push a dwarf off the cliff. It tried so hard, but the cloak got in the way, unfortunately. That truly is a comic of nightmares. Good jobs. It is terrifying. Thanks for sharing, though. Anyway. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? You came into a cool story. I mean, it was a good story. From a while ago, but it was a good story. It's just funny thing is just like evil snowball pom-pom creature. It's like getting attacked by a giant floofa. Like, what's it actually gonna do? It's bump into you. Donk, 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 donk. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress can be a hilarious slapstick comedy game when it tries. It can genuinely be a hilarious slapstick comedy. Did he get dodging XP? I don't know, he slept through it, so can you truly experience something if you sleep through it? Pretty much. Yes, Tom. Pretty much. $100 Forgotten Beast soap bars. Yeah, that's almost so fun. Is when you realize that it's like, oh man, they've been that thing had so much fat that. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is generally Forgotten Beasts that breathe fire on stuff don't have much fat by the time they're done because they usually burn all of their fat off. They usually catch themselves on fire briefly and melt all their fat off. Uh-oh, somebody fell down a ramp. God, we are still selling all of these ballista arrows from this fucking king. Still. Maybe surprise forgotten resources was more like it. The other humans have arrived. Fresh from selected monsters from time to time to your skin. That's a little distressing, but sure. Also, Krakenzieg, child, has gone into a strange mood. Giant sperm whale. You know, I've heard stories of sperm whales in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, there are whales in Dwarf Fortress, but I've never seen one. I've never seen a whale in Dwarf Fortress. Why? Are you really asking why there are whales in Dwarf Fortress, and you're not asking why there are giant peach-faced lovebirds in Dwarf Fortress, or peach-faced lovebirds, or like why is anything in Dwarf Fortress? Why does Dwarf Fortress have mako sharks or giant jellyfish? And the more important question is, why doesn't it have coral reefs? But dwarves can like coral, and forgotten beasts can be made of coral, but there is no coral to speak of in Dwarf Fortress. That is the actual question that you should be asking. Why do dwarves like coral if there is no coral? Just asking the important questions. How could dwarves like coral if there is no coral? Tiny Goliath survives another year to being, I think, one of the oldest dwarves we've ever had. 167 years old. I think that might be the oldest dwarf that's not a vampire that's in the fortress. And is my mare. You know, one day Dwarf Fortress will answer those questions. And it's going to take like 2 years of development, and people will be like, why did Tarn spend so much time explaining how dwarves get their likes and dislikes of cheese? Make a special chamber with a cage to catch sea creatures. I've tried to do that, but every time I've specifically embarked on the ocean to try and catch sea creatures, I never see any sea creatures. And the only times I see sea creatures are when I don't have a trap set up to catch them. So, you know. I did once have a dwarf die to a mako shark, though. The dwarf was fishing, and the shark swam up to the edge and grabbed the dwarf and dragged him into the ocean. It was like fucking Jaws. Mako sharks aren't even that big. Like, they're pretty big critters, but they're not that big. They're not that scary. I like ocean forts because I like watching the waves. You need to wait for a really long time to catch something cool. Yeah, there's part of me that kind of wishes that I made Longdeath a ocean fort, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. Oceans have a lot of downsides too. Does Dwarf Fortress have piranhas? I'm just saying that we need piranhas if we don't have piranhas. Like, if Tarn ever does another big set of, like, adding animals, we should add piranhas. Because who doesn't want a piranha pit to catch an army of goblins in, or elves in, or humans in, or something? Or dwarves in. Who doesn't want to do that? To the piranha pit with thee! You know that would be great. But yeah, no, I mean, if you're surprised that there are whales in Dwarf Fortress, you should stop being surprised, because there's far weirder things in Dwarf Fortress than whales. You could have a lava moat with magma crabs. Yeah, but there's nothing stopping the magma crabs from just climbing out of the moat and fucking leaving, so. Also, if you drop something into lava, it's not going to die to the crabs. It's going to die to the lava, you know? It's sort of like if you drop something into a moat with piranhas or sharks, it's going to drown to death before the animals eat it, right? Makes it kind of less exciting, you know? Which makes your, like, evil volcano lair significantly less threatening and ominous. There we go, dwarves. Head back upstairs. Child with strange mood. Where are you at? There you are. Mm-hmm. Also, fat melts before skin catches fire. And I want to say tendons catch fire before skin. Like, parts of the... multiple parts of the dwarf will be completely destroyed before their skin catches fire. Like, the fact that the melting point of fat happens before skin catches fire is one of the most disturbing things in Dwarf Fortress in my mind. It's like Dwarven liposuction is literally just set your skin on fire, set yourself on fire so that all of your fat just like drains out of your pores. This is the teeth explosion. I had a I read a combat log in my Halloween fort, which I just finished up last month, which was literally a person got bit in the eyeball and then flung around by the eyeball, and then the eyeball was then spat out by the person who was flipping them around and then punched them in the head and destroyed the eyeball. So, bit them in the eyeball, flung them around by the eyeball, and then punched them in the head, destroying the eyeball. That makes me... that irks me. It's like, it makes something on my scalp prickle that I don't like. It's this bad feeling at the back of your scalp. It's like, Also, thanks to those of you who've submitted 8 questions already for Tarn. And I also like that Stone's asking the important questions like, will dwarves ever be able to brew coffee and tea? When is that? When he gets back to me and confirms a date. I don't have a date yet. Possibly the 18th is the one that we were talking about. But he needed to confirm it, so I haven't confirmed the date yet. So it might be the 18th, maybe? It's probably, my guess would be either the 18th or the 2nd, because we usually do them after the DF news that day, because it just lines up nicely. And see one already added. You don't see ones that are already added, but that's where you add them. It's not like I don't have an official spot for it yet. I just have that forum link. So if you'd like to submit a question, you can submit a question there. But there is no way to see the ones that are already added because I delete doubles. Ah, but do you have a Kung Fu fruit cup? I wonder if does Kung Fu Fruit Cup still stream? I haven't thought about a Kung Fu Fruit Cup stream in like 5 years. I wonder if she's still streaming. Now I want to look. You still stream. No wonder. Yep, she does indeed still stream. Interesting. So does Slackahoculus as well. God damn it, all these old people stream. People I never watch anymore. Always a weird world realizing that people that I used to talk to stream still. Some honest questions, but you're a bit afraid that they've already been answered in past Future of the Fortress. You want to know the reality of Future of the Fortress is maybe about 24 people actually look at the Future of the Fortress, right? And that's why I've started making those videos about them, because I want more eyeballs on them. Because quite literally, it's like 24 people that ask the questions every time, right? I don't know. It's a Craftsdwarf shop, but we're following around Klekenzieg. Who feels love remembering talking with father, but didn't feel anything due to inebriation. Dwarf's weird. Ambivalent after putting on a well-crafted item. This dwarf is like never the slightest bit cheerful about anything and is always conflicted by this, and he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and is impolite and inconsiderate of property and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. This dwarf is either going to be an evil villain or like an eclectic artist, one of the two. Literally doesn't even get the good thoughts about alcohol and is a dwarf. So I don't know what this dwarf is making. An eclectic artist, evil villain, that is also possible. Both is a possibility. Sheep's wool cloth, black zircons, sheep's wool cloth, plum wood logs, cow leather, maple logs, and unicorn bone. Meanwhile, Jack Dermick's still in prison, still happy as all can be. Loves being in prison. Absolutely. I mean, that's just your alter ego, right? But yeah, no, I can't tell, Clino. From your point of view, do you appreciate those Future of the Fortress videos that I do, even with my terrible reading and giving up after a bit? Because like I do genuinely just kind of give up reading some of the stuff because some of the wording is odd. It's like, I sound like an idiot reading that. That's fine. Ship it. Because I've already recorded 5 times and it's not worth my time for the $3 in ad revenue I get out of it. But, I don't know, people seem to like them. I like to think that it's actually bringing some new eyeballs to the Future of the Fortress stuff. Basically, let me know if you start seeing new names in there. Because maybe that's me. Surgery might help. That's such a good name for a book. Welcome back, Bumblebed. Your child is one of the few that hasn't made an artifact yet. I guess I just don't appreciate art. Well, I guess that's why. You do feel enjoyment remembering playing with a toy hammer, and you felt enjoyment after playing make-believe, and you were blissful sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, and felt pleasure putting on an exceptional item, and love when speaking with your mother. You were blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, and you felt gratitude remembering being rescued. What? You personally see family is one of the most important things in life, a strengthening, after gaining a sibling in 334. And your sibling is... who's your sibling? You've got a lot of older siblings. No younger siblings. Oh, there you are. Stone. Stone's your younger sibling. There we go. How old are you? 3. You were 3. But yeah, no, basically, don't be worried about whether or not questions have been asked before. Just, especially like with my interviews, just ask the question because I filter them all anyway. And if it's not something that would fit into the conversation naturally, I'm not going to ask it in the first place. And also, even if it has been answered before, odds are pretty good that the people who watch my interviews also don't watch Future of the Fortress, right? Or don't read the Future of the Fortress posts, right? Like, my most viewed interview with Tarn Adams has 60,000 views. I don't think 60,000 people have read Future of the Fortress in the last 2 years. So, odds are pretty good that you're not the only person who hasn't heard or heard the answer to the question that you might have. So I wouldn't worry about asking the same question. Assuming it's not, when will you add multiplayer to Dwarf Fortress? Because that's a question that I refuse to ask. Because his answer is always just like, well, the most diplomatic version of, I have no interest in that. Possible. It's literally always the answer. It's like, well, I have no idea how to do that, and also doesn't really align with my goals, so. It's just the answer is usually, we'll see, or if it's very technical and mechanical, I can't remember. which are always my favorite answers. He's forgotten how he made his own game, which is fine. I forgot how I made this fort in some cases. Krankenzieg, the Dwarven child, has created a Gulith Besh, a unicorn armor stand, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Do It. I don't know if Do It is here, but Do It just had an artifact dedicated to him. I forgot the dinner I remember the dinner I made last night because it was delicious. Did you have an edible before dinner? Because that would be why you've forgotten it. That's kind of awesome. I wonder, a unicorn bone armor stand. Is it an armor stand that holds unicorn armor? Probably just a native unicorn bone. It's worth 40,800 Thethal. This is a unicorn bone armor stand. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with maple and plum and wood and encircled with bands of unicorn bone, cow leather, and sheep's wool. This item menaces with spikes of maple, black zircon, and sheep's wool. Put the armor stand in the smithing guild. A weaponsmith's guild. Or metalsmith's guild? I think that might actually just be the metalsmith's guild. Only wins, no matter what. More of a villain or edgy teen? Probably edgy teen. So you smoked 2 more bowls? All right, well, I figured out why you didn't remember what you made for dinner last night. I was listening, like what did I do last night? I made dinner, which was delicious. I played some Forza after stream, which is not normal for me. I don't generally play video games after stream. And then I did what Ryan did, but with my vape. So I got baked and sat in my living room, wrapped in a blanket, listening to AM radio. That's what I did last night. Because I am an old man, apparently. Some 1980s entertainment right there. AM talk radio, yep. We have a really good CBC station here, which basically is just like interviews with random people who did random shit around Canada in the evenings. Like they interviewed a heart surgeon from Calgary who apparently has had 3 instances throughout his life where he's done first aids or CPR on somebody while hiking and then later that day performed heart surgery on them. Because that just happened for a 3rd time. So the first time he found somebody like who was just on the side of the road while he was driving to go hiking, who'd collapsed, who'd gone on a run, and they had a heart attack, and he did CPR on them, called an ambulance, and then had to go do heart surgery on them. This happened a 2nd time while hiking, and then a 3rd time just recently. And just, like, that kind of shit. Like, just, like... But like, AM radio in Canada is, like, actually kind of fascinating if you have the right stations. Or it can be weird as hell. Although, there's another radio station that I like to listen to while I'm high, which is Red FM. Just R-E-D, like the color red. And the reason I like Red FM is because it's the biggest Punjabi radio station in BC. And it's brilliant because it feels like I fell into an alternate universe. Because it has all of the exact same commercials as all of the other FM radio stations. So, like, if I listen to the Fox... it's like all the commercials are in English, right? If I listen to any other radio station from around here, all the commercials are in English. But if you listen to the Punjabi, it's the same commercials, but they're in Punjab instead of in English. So I think like my high as hell brain thinks I'm listening to an English Safeway ad, but it's not English and I can't figure it out and it just confuses the crap out of me and I kind of love it. It's way too much fun to listen to while I'm baked because I'm just like, I don't understand a word you're saying, but also I know exactly what you're saying. Also, like, it's mostly Punjabi, like, rap, which is very fun to listen to. It's awesome music. So much fun. It's like I don't understand any of it, but the music is great. Yeah. No, I mean like BBC Talk Radio is actually really or not BBC. CBC Talk Radio is really really good. Like, which is generally what I'm listening to if I'm listening to AM. Although if I want to listen to Out of Touch White Men, then I listen to Team 1040, which is the sports talk radio for Vancouver, which has been very entertaining since the pandemic started. Very entertaining. I'm surprised that they haven't been canceled yet. Yeah, if you want to listen to Out of Touch White Men, listen to sports talk radio. I mean, you can listen to Red FM. You just have to listen to Red FM on the internet. Hold on. Yeah, redfm.ca. Found it. On air Red FM. Redfm.ie is another one. Let's make sure that this is the right Red FM. Nope, that's not the right FM. That's the sports radio. Yeah, redfm.ca. Here you go. Sure, you can find it. Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, it's 89.1 FM here, or 93.1, depending on what part of town you're in. I can get both. I've never heard any of that. Was that a thing that was promised before Manfreda's? Because I don't believe I've ever heard about Forgotten Beasts getting magic powers, aside from the ones that they already kind of do have, like breathing fire, which is kind of a magic power. What do you mean by magic power? Do you mean like magic powers like the like lieutenants have, where they can like strangle people from a distance and like force choke people? Like, what do you mean by magic powers? Because they already breathe fire and shoot out dust and have webs, which is basically magic powers. Run by Indian or Pakistani people? Oh, really? Interesting, Twitch ups. Yeah, that's a fun as hell radio station to listen to. Just because it does kind of feel like I've fallen into an alternate universe where everybody speaks Punjab. It's different than listening to international radio for me, just because like I could just listen to like Korean radio or something and just be like, yeah, okay, this is just Korean radio because I don't recognize the ads anyways. But because I recognize the ads from other radio stations, it's really weird for me. Cheese? Yeah, that is pretty magical. Or a giant humanoid made out of glass is also pretty magical. I mean, you can basically have that minus the weather change thing. So I guess I don't know, because I've never actually heard any promises that Forgotten Beasts are supposed to get magic powers, so I don't know. So I wouldn't know if there's been any words on that, because I haven't heard anything about that ever until you mentioned it. So. Huh. I mean, but what's funny is it'll be like Punjabi, 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 Safeway, then perfect English, no accent phone number, and then back into Punjabi. That's what it's like listening to Red FM. Because it's like some things get translated and some things don't. So it's like everything will be in Punjabi except for the name of the store, and then the phone number will be in English. Or they'll be like, just dial in English phone number. No, it's usually the same person speaking. Like, it doesn't switch to a different person. It's usually the same person reading the phone number and the name of the store. Unless it's like a jingle, which then it'll swap. It's very funny. It's very amusing to listen to I don't know. Do I sound racist talking about this? It's just a funny radio station to listen to. I don't know. I love that radio station. They're great. They're just a lot of fun. And their music's fun, too. What's even better is that radio station has a show which they do on Friday nights at 8 o'clock, I think, here. Which is even more bizarre because it's not Punjabi. It's Jamaican music. They have a specific guy that does Jamaican music. And it's really, really, really funny listening to him talk about Jamaican music in Punjabi and then play Jamaican music. Which is even better. I don't know. It's layers of just... I love that radio station. It's great. But yeah, no, I listen to AM talk radio. I guess that just mean like this is gonna like me when I'm retired is I'm just gonna be like in if I somehow live another 50 years and make it to retirement, and have the money to afford to be able to retire, I think that me and my optimal retirement is just gonna be me on a lazy boy listening to AM radio on a pile of audio equipment. That's gonna be me retired. Occasionally thinking about Dwarf Fortress. That's gonna be me in retirement. Good life? I mean, could do worse, to be honest. That's assuming I live that long and also can afford to retire. Hopefully with chickens. Get married, Axon. Jeez. Silly child. I don't want to be on a dragon pile of loot because that might be a bit too hoardery. Like, have you seen my kitchen lump or like pictures of my apartment? I'm way too organized to ever live on a pile of loot. Everything would be very neatly organized on shelves and very clean and not dusty. I realize I kind of said pile. I mean, I meant that more in like a theoretical pile. A shelf of loot. Very nicely displayed. Yes, absolutely. I like to see my displayed loot. Like the guy that sold me my radio, not the boombox, but my FM/AM tuner that I have plugged into my audio setup. He has a basement, which is like 3 times the size of my apartment, that is full of audio gear. The first room is just speakers. The second room is just turntables and cassette decks. He has a separate closet that's just tuners, and then a workshop where he repairs stuff, and then his man cave, which I got to see, which has like, I went and looked up some prices to fact check this when he told me, but he has a full set of 1985 Luxman top end CD player, amplifier, record player, tape deck, FM/AM tuner with the wood grain and the brushed metal front. And his statement was, you'd need to put another mortgage on your house to be able to afford any of these pieces. And I looked that up, and yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I would definitely need to put another mortgage on my house that I definitely own. to be able to afford those. But maybe one day I'll buy more crap from him. Because he's got a lot of good stuff. Like, holy shit. He also had 4 Nakamichi dragons, which made my brain melt a little bit. Nakamichi dragon, if no one's ever seen one. Looks like these. So very fancy tape deck, right? Sounds like something available at a dispensary. No, it's a very fancy tape deck. And, ooh, that's a cheap one. So, that's a cheap one. He had 3 of them. 3 of them. Oh, for parts, not working. So this is just a parts machine. That explains why it's cheap. It doesn't work. It's a sexy tape player. That one's $1,300, and it doesn't work. Yeah, it's missing a lot of parts. But no, that's a $9,000 tape deck, basically. Yeah, here, like that's a more expected price. That, so this one will be working. Near mint. This one working? Parts only. Yeah, that's another parts machine. $5,000. Excellent condition. $6,000. Oh, there's pre-owned. $15,000. Buy it now. Yeah, that's how much are the tapes? I mean, they're the price of any cassette. It's a cassette player. Plays cassettes. So the amount that you'd spend on a cassette. Yeah, because it's a highly valued item. And just for eBay pricing sake, the cassette deck I have is this one, which is a Nakamichi cassette deck 2, which is the same, I have one of these, which is the same model line as the dragon, but not as fancy. Mine's nicer than that one. Much nicer. Mine is near mint. That one is not mint. Yeah, near mint ones are like $300-$400. I found a brand new one, $500. $600. There's a brand new one. Yeah. Anyway. Why is it so expensive? Probably one of the nicest tape decks ever made. That's why it's so expensive. They didn't make a lot of them. They were expensive when they were new. And it's just a really, really, really nice dual head cassette deck. It's basically like one of the most desirable cassette decks ever made. Most of the people who bought them took care of them. Yeah, that too. That actually is my dream cassette deck. If I'm ever like a random ass billionaire, I'm gonna buy myself one of those. If I ever become a billionaire, you'll know because I bought myself a Nakamichi dragon. Actually, somebody in my chat has a Nakamichi dragon that is broken. Crocodile has one. Of course it has its own wiki page. Most of Nakamichi's products have them. I think it's time for me to donate money to Wikipedia again because they're giving me pop-ups. This isn't a paywall. Okay, fine. Have $3. Shush wiki. $2.75. There you go. And I'll also cover the transaction fees. There you go. I just donated $3 to Wikipedia, and you should too. Well, I haven't yet. I haven't clicked the confirm button. I'm about to donate $3 to Wikipedia, and you should too. I mean, I know, like I told my dad, right? When
This is Sparta!
Thanks for covering my Wikipedia donation. But I guess like at the end of the day, right? Think about it this way. It's not a toy that I'll ever be able to afford. But what I told my parents is when I spent $60 on a boombox, which I did on Sunday. The reason I bought that is because I've also gotten multiple days of entertainment out of it already. And lots of fun and enjoyment and fiddling and repairing. And I've also ordered like $30 in parts for it, which I'm going to make it sound better and play better and be happier, and completely refurbish the thing. My parents, when they were my age, when my parents were my age, better than that. When my parents were my age, they had a fucking sports car that they rebuilt. That was a hell of a lot more expensive than my boombox. So they can't even judge me. You know, it's funny because I don't actually want Sennheiser HE1s. Also, speaking of Sennheiser, rip Sennheiser, by the way. I need to get myself another pair of these. Just out of safety and concern. Or at the very least, a bunch of replacement parts for these. Also, thanks for multiplying my bits revenue today by 300%. Darren, I'd had 1 bit up until today. Yes, but they're phasing them out. That's the thing. They're phasing them out. Which sucks. I thought that they sold both halves. Audio. I was under the awareness that they'd sold both halves, but perhaps I'm wrong. I'm gonna need to fact check that. On the cheapest to most expensive piano? Sure. But here's the thing, right? How the diminishing return curve works? Oh yeah, I mean, it's the same with guitars or any musical instrument. But think about it this way, right? When it comes to me and audio gear, the value for me personally in the item isn't monetary. It's the amount of value I get out of the entertainment that I get from the item. The amount of entertainment I get from an item that is expensive might be way more or way less than an item that you get value out of, right? So if I get a lot of time, entertainment, enjoyment, and value out of having a fancy record player, which I do have, doesn't matter how much it costs monetarily. I would rather have the item that gives me value than just sitting on a pile of Scrooge McDuck money. And I am very frugal, and I'm careful with my money, and I save, and I buy things that I would like. I'm not going to spend all of my savings on a fucking Nakamichi Dragon. Actually, it would cost me more than all of my savings currently. But I do and will spend money on audio gear that I want. And doesn't really matter about diminishing returns. I mean, obviously, like, my current tape decks probably sound about as good as a Dragon. But there is definitely a world where I buy myself a Nakamichi Dragon. Sennheiser sold his consumer audio business. So what about its performance audio then? Right. Autumn has come. Heads up, Stone. This will be the last one for the day, though. The question is, will the council make it into the fort this time? That's the question. I'm still like tempted to like out of fear buy myself another set of HD 650s, but noted. I mean, this pair of these headphones has lasted since. Oh yeah, still getting donations from the humans, all 3 factions, every year. Like I've had these headphones since 2012. I've had these headphones for like damn near a decade now, and they're still going. Still going. Totally worth the $600. Oh, they are absolutely pro audio. Anything that comes with an audio jack like this, ow, that sounded weird when I unplugged that. Anything that comes with an audio jack that looks like this is generally considered to be above consumer grade audio. Yeah, but if I just say 1/4-inch jack, not everybody knows what I'm talking about, so I hold it up. Yeah, most things that come with a 1/4-inch jack are considered pro grade. Well, I mean, I know a person who collects vintage camera lenses, right? And she will frequently spend like upwards of $15,000 on a lens. Frequently. That's a big one for the group of soaring. But that's the technical term for those, is a 1/4-inch jack. Doesn't matter if you're in metric or imperial land, that's what they're called, so. I mean, I live in metric land, and that's a 1/4-inch jack, because that's the sizing that it is. And the other one left? Wait, what? Oh. They didn't even arrive. Would you look at that, Stone? Is the council collapsing under their own weight? They're still supposedly bringing us tribute. Yeah, they're still supposed to bring us tribute. Exactly, Peter. Thanks for confirming. Well, I mean, over there in metric land, what do you call a pint of beer? Call it a pint of beer? Last I checked, pint's not metric. And I'm in metric land too. A pint of beer is a pint of beer. Just call it a beer. I call that a small beer. You drink thirds? Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. A pint of beer will always be a pint of beer. Mug of beer? No, that's Dwarford. Although a mug of beer would be like that much beer, which wouldn't be enough beer. Large and small? The fuck you in, a coffee shop? Here it's either a pint or a sleeve. Pint is 650 mils. Or a Canadian pint is 650 mils. And a sleeve is 350 mils, I think. I think it's 350. And then there's a taster, which is 150. Most places don't even do tasters. Yeah, but quarter inch has way less syllables than TRS connector. So I will say quarter inch. Too many syllables in that sentence, and when drunk, I will order a pint. Thank you much. The thing that baffles me, though, is why I have to order weed in fucking ounces. Jesus Christ. Can we, like, move on to grams, please? Stop it. I want to order grams of weed. I don't want to order ounces of weed. You need to get better pints, lump. I used to have a, what's considered to be a large pint glass, which would take the entirety of a 750 ml bottle. A pint is like 0.65 of a liter, technically. Just say, can I get 28.3 grams? That's what I say, yeah. It's like, can I get 30 grams? And they'll be like, yeah. But like on all of the menuing and pricing, it's in ounces. Although I actually don't say, can I get 30 grams? Because I go onto the website and I type in 30 and then drop down, select grams, click that. Or usually I just order an ounce. To me, at this point, a pint is like referring to a cup of coffee as venti from Starbucks. Like, it's almost like a brand name. Almost. Like, I don't even associate pint with the amount of measurement. You know, that doesn't even register in my brain as like a measurement of size. Pint is like, the only format that I ever think of pint is a glass of alcohol. Like, I never think of pint as anything else. Exactly, a pint is a pint. It's not a measurement. Precisely. It's like a cup of coffee is a cup of coffee. It's not a measurement. Pint is a pint. Fuck off with your 0.5 liters. Pint. Shut up. If I was sitting at a bar and someone came and sat down next to me and ordered a mug of beer, in quotes, I think I would, like, get up and move somewhere else because I'd be worried that they were from an alternate timeline. And I didn't want to get caught in their pocket dimension. But I'm glad that you and me agree on this, Ryan. I'm glad that we agree on this. Alrighty, chat. I've been streaming for 7 hours, which means we've done 6 hours of Dwarves. How many people do we have here? 52. Trying to figure out what to do for evening. Pint? I mean, you didn't type in pint. But if you type in pint, it does nothing. Sad part about pint, though, is you don't get pie. Quartz is, I'll be completely honest with you, quartz is a type of stone, not an amount of measurement. Catch up, America. Come on. Quartz is a type of stone. It does understand your cerveza. That's quartz. You're a quartz. Nah. When people say quartz, I always think of a rock. I don't know. But anyway, we made some good progress today. We've got a couple more babies in the fort. A baby, I think? Yeah, Don Caribou we got into the fort. We got a new baby into the fort today. Not as much action, but we are on the road to recovery for the population of the fort. Back up to 49 dwarves. If we get one more dwarf in the fort, you know what that means? Uh-oh, another dwarf's going to prison. Why are you going to prison? What did I miss this? 113 days! Holy shit, Quivener. Jesus. I think that my mayor is like getting senile and keeps arresting people. Can I have a quarter quart of quartz? Quarter quarts of quartz? I'm gonna have you dimed and quartered for that statement. But I think it's time to save. Figure out what we're doing for the evening stream. Bonk. Nah. Stone, nah. Did I export armor stands again? Armor stands have never been a banned export, or not in a very long time, so no. I simply missed making breastplates, so a dwarf got arrested. Even though I was checking. I checked like 3 times that season, but he must have just... When mayors get old, and they've been mayor for a really long time, there's a point where they just like start demanding things really quickly, and I just never notice it. But that's it for Longdeath on the day. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress and you're tuning out, please don't, but that's fine. You can, theoretically. Here's a link to my YouTube channel where there's more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, as well as a link to my Patreon where you can keep this dumb channel funded. So I need to figure out what to do for this evening. We could do Caves of Cud. We could do more Conquest of Elysium. I'm not really picky either way. So I don't really know what to do.